you want from this.
Are you not entertained? Is that why you are here?
This is it. Don't get scared.
Hey there guys, welcome back to a brand new Flick live show. How are you guys doing? And by the way, there's only a few topics I want to talk about today, and then we can dive into your magical and mystical questions, so feel free to get those in now. But there's only two topics I care about today, and one of them is going to be a brand new movie that sort of knocked my socks off. I don't know if people still use that terminology anymore, but I quite enjoyed it. It was a good time. It was gritty, it was raw, it was visceral, and it was something that I've felt like we've been missing from cinema for a while. And then on the complete polar opposite side of things, we will talk briefly about the new Snow White live-action adaptation, but more specifically, what's going on with the Rotten Tomatoes score of the new Snow White movies. So, those are the two main topics today, and with all of that said, let me crack open this delicious caffeinated beverage. Oh, a little ASMR for you guys. Oh, it tastes like cold bath water, and I love it. All right, so let's dive into the questions and topics here today, and we got a few awesome people already in here. JBP91 says, dude, it's 23:30 at military time, thank you for that, in the UK. I was about to go to bed. Well, you can still go to bed, but go to bed listening to the soothing sounds of the Flick Pick, if you know what I mean. All right, enjoy that silk pillow, and let me talk you off. Okay, let's just dive into the topics here. All right, the first topic we're going to talk about real quick before these glorious questions is I want to talk about the new movie, Magazine Dreams. Oh boy, did I enjoy this film. Going into this, I knew almost nothing about it. I knew the synopsis, and we will talk about Jonathan Majors in just 1 second. But my first thing I need to have you guys all do is first separate the art from the artist, okay? Or reality from the artist, if you will. I understand Jonathan Majors did some unspeakable bad things, but the performance that he gives in this film, oh my gosh. If those things never happened, that situation never occurred, and I'm talking about domestic violence, which is never a good thing, but I feel like this is an Oscar-worthy performance, and if it were up to me, he would win that Oscar. All right, so here's my quick review I left on X last night after seeing the movie. Magazine Dreams is an unflinching character study of delusional obsession, body dysmorphia, and violence, injected with a ruthless intensity that pulls you deep into one man's unraveling mind. Dark, gritty, and brutally raw. I know I'm throwing out a lot of buzzwords, but I just really wanted to say how much I enjoyed the film, and that's the truth. Everything I just said right there was complete truth. Now, when it comes to this movie, it checks off just about every bullet point I think I want to see in a movie about a character study. And these are some of my favorite types of films. You guys know me. Over the years, some of my favorite films have been Forrest Gump, The Wrestler, Taxi Driver. And then we got The Joker, which is sort of follows the blueprint of The Taxi Driver from Martin Scorsese. But you have a bodybuilder who is definitely on the spectrum. I guess one way you could say it is it's the much more dark and gritty version of Forrest Gump, if Forrest Gump was into taking steroids and working out. But then again, hey, doesn't that just sound like a movie you want to watch? It's one I want to watch. But as far as this film goes, you have this guy here, and he is obsessed with bodybuilding. He just latches onto it. This is his one outlet in life. He thinks it's going to give him fame and fortune, and his only dream is to be on a magazine cover one day, flexing those glorious deltoid muscles with some baby oil on them under the spotlight. And I get it. We've all been there. And as a dude who used to work out quite often, maybe a little bit too much, you guys remember 2015, 2016, and 2017 Flick Pick. I was a monster, to say the least, or at least in my own head, I was a little bit, anyway. I quite enjoyed working out, and this movie really hit home with me to some regard. You know, it's a little extreme at times, but it has so many different themes in it. And just look at that. This scene right here. Now, this film is directed or produced by Dan Gilroy, who directed and wrote Nightcrawler, which is one of my favorite films of the last 15 years. And there's a scene right here where he's forcing himself to smile through all this agony and pain. And it reminded me of the scene in Nightcrawler where Jake Gyllenhaal just looks in the mirror and screams and shatters it. But yeah, man, Magazine Dreams was a good time. And I really don't think I can implore you enough to go see this film. Now, originally, this was made back in 2023, so it's been sitting on a shelf for the last couple of years. And the one distributor dropped out of the film after the Jonathan Majors controversy, and then the MCU dropped him from being Kang. But man, he does give a phenomenal performance in this. It's so unsettling. Every scene, you're just on the edge of your seat waiting for something bad to happen. And occasionally it does. And I will say during the third act of the film, it does go off the rails ever so slightly, but it has all these different themes I love. It has the body dysmorphia. It has the bodybuilding. It also reminds me of the movie The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke, where he's willing to die for this thing that he loves because it's the only thing he knows. And it definitely felt like the screenwriter of Magazine Dreams, and maybe this is just this is a theory from my brain to you guys, but it definitely felt like he took the 5 or 6 movies I just named, took a lot of inspiration from those and combined them into this movie, but there's nothing wrong with that. So highly recommend Magazine Dreams. I quite enjoyed it. I would love to know your guys' thoughts on the film if you've seen it. Caesar says, you were massive. Yeah, I was jacked. My neck was like 22 inches and my biceps were, I don't know, almost 17 inches. Just throwing it out there. Okay. But this movie, Magazine Dreams, in one way, it sort of made me want to start working out again. And then in other ways, it made me thankful that I stopped working out like I did. But there's one scene in Magazine Dreams, and no spoilers, but I will do a dedicated review of this movie because this is probably my favorite movie of the year, even though it came out, technically, it was made 2 years ago. But either way, I'm going to say this is my favorite movie thus far of 2025. But there's a scene in this that reminds me of the film Whiplash. Do you remember the sequence where Miles Teller gets in the car accident and he's all bloody and messed up and he still stumbles into his performance and he's trying to play the drums but he can't quite do it and everyone's looking at him in shock and awe? There's a very similar scene in Magazine Dreams. So when I say this movie took some inspiration from a handful of other movies, it definitely did, but it does it in the best way possible. But I loved the movie, and I really don't have any big complaints with it. It has a lot of themes packed into one film, but it handles it all so well without ever going over the top. It still exists in reality, and I enjoy things like that. I enjoy character study movies. I like watching one person living their life. Oh, and one other thing I want to mention about Magazine Dreams is there is a social media element to it, which I sort of enjoyed as a guy who makes YouTube videos, and I read comments, and I'm reading all your glorious questions right now that I cannot wait to dive into. I almost want to cover myself in baby oil and start working out and curl some dumbbells before we do it. But there's one social media aspect to this movie where he's reading all these comments on this video that he posts, and they are obliterating him in the comment section. And it's like, I kind of relate to it, but you kind of feel bad for the guy at the same time. But on the other hand, his character he's not that likable of a dude. You want to try to like him, but the movie does not try to make you like him. And I kind of liked that about it. Like, they weren't going out of their way to make him this hero. You know, he was like sort of just an unlikable person in a way. And I think that was the beauty of the film. But there was one scene in Magazine Dreams where he's trying to do this workout tutorial video in his garage, and he keeps messing up. He gets really mad. There's another scene where every time he drives his car, he just listens to heavy metal death music. He's just driving his car and it's going, and he's just casually driving, and I love shit like that. So definitely check out Magazine Dreams. Cannot recommend it enough. What'd you guys think about the movie? Beast Slayer says, I miss Massive John. I do, but I don't at the same time. I looked all bloated and puffy, and I just was not a good look for me. Max Neubauer says Mickey 17 was really good. The first act of Mickey 17 was pretty good. The third act sort of ruined the movie for me, but I have a full-fledged review for that out if you want to check it out. Larry Chu says, finally, something sounds good. Yeah, absolutely. Max Nugenbauer says, same Pierce Brosnan. Okay. We'll talk about Pierce. We were talking about 007 there? I want Henry Cavill to be 007. Tim Hickson says, the ending kind of goes off the rails. It almost goes off the rails, but it pulls back just at the right time, in my opinion, to where it's like, okay, this feels like a normal story about a human being. But I love the thing I like about Magazine Dream so much is there's a lot of things that could have happened, but they almost don't come to fruition. And isn't that life in a nutshell? James Osher says, hello, John. Well, hello with you. Hello to you, man. Yeah, so anyway, those are my thoughts on Magazine Dreams. And before we dive into the questions, there's one last topic I want to talk about. And by the way, guys, if you haven't already, check out my review of Snow White on the Flickpick channel. The link to that channel is down below. Posted it a couple days ago. It's a nice little review encapsulating my thoughts on this new live-action adaptation of Snow White, which had a lot of controversy going into it. But let's talk about said controversy, shall we? And when it comes to Snow White, let's pull up the image here. So Snow White on Rotten Tomatoes right now has a 43%, which I think is more than fair. And the popcorn meter with the audience score has it at 74%. Now I have not put my Rotten Tomatoes review out yet. I'm sort of just part of me doesn't even care to do it. But a lot of people do not like this movie, and for very good reason. Let's see. Let's see if I can find somebody that I watch on YouTube on here. I'd rather read somebody I know than somebody I don't. Come on. Come on. Is there anybody I know? Okay, I don't know who any of these critics are. But anyway, no magic mirror is needed to identify it as the lamest Mouse House redo of them all. What else? Let's read somebody's review that they liked it. Overall, Snow White is enchanting musical with empowering message to stand with your people against a vain and evil tyrant. Wow, who wrote that? Okay. Russ, this guy named Russ likes it. He says, the visuals are duly spectacular, but the reimagined Snow White is missing one vital element, magic. But you still gave it a positive review, so that makes no fucking sense! Alright, so anyway, it's hit or miss, it looks like, on here. But as far as the Snow White movie goes, I did put out a review, like I mentioned. And the thing is, first and foremost, I've never really loved the original classic Snow White animated movie. Even as a kid, I thought it was like one of the more boring films. I'd much rather watch Sleeping Beauty or even Cinderella. I always thought Snow White was sort of boring. The only thing about Snow White, and I will say the only great thing about this live action adaptation, are the Seven Dwarfs. Now, they look like digitized nightmare fuel, absolutely. Do they kind of feel like an afterthought? Probably. But I will say they are the most entertaining thing about the movie, so take that how you will. But this movie just felt like a hodgepodge of ideas and a lot of reshoots, because after all the controversy, and Rachel Zegler, the actress who plays Snow White, which, by the way, they do justify why they call her Snow White in this movie. It's not the color of her skin, okay? Calm down. It's simply the weather on the day she was born. It was a Snow White day. So if my name went by the day I was born, it'd probably be called Rainy... I would be called Rainy Day, Gloomy Night. That would be my name. I was born on a gloomy day, on Easter in 1987. Or they could just call me Easter, because technically I was born on Easter. So anyway, this movie was, I think the thing I will say about Snow White was all those key plot points that you remember from the original classic animated film. Those are just fine in the Snow White live action adaptation. I feel like those are, they did include most of those. And more or less, I think those are the best parts of this movie. I will say the sequence, and spoilers, but the movie is called Snow White. So, it's called Snow White. So that's not a spoiler. I thought the movie was called Sleeping Beauty for a second, because Snow White also does go into a comatose state where she falls asleep. Kind of like Sleeping Beauty. And by the way, on a quick side note, the evil stepmother and evil queen in Snow White and the evil stepmother and evil queen in Sleeping Beauty. What is the difference? Is there one? I don't know. But anyway, that entire sequence where Snow White goes into a coma, it felt like they tacked that into the movie and had to reshoot a lot of things because she's just sleeping on top of this rock. And it feels like that entire sequence lasts 3.5 seconds in this movie. It's like it almost didn't even matter. So anyway, Snow White was an instantly forgettable movie. I don't really recommend watching it because there's nothing new to see or there's nothing that captivating about it. Rachel Zegler, she can sing, and I thought she was fine, but you know what? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the worst actress of them all? Gal Gadot is completely atrocious in this movie. She definitely deserves a Razzie. I really think Tommy Wiseau from the movie The Room could give a better performance than Gal Gadot does as the evil queen in this film. Kal-El, no! It's just so bad. Why is she in movies? Why is she still in Hollywood? Who owes her a favor to keep casting her? Like, she was fine as Wonder Woman, but outside of that, why are they still casting her in roles where she has to act? It doesn't make any sense to me. Beautiful lady. She can definitely be on a magazine cover. Sell me some lipstick. What have you. As far as acting goes, no thank you. All right, so those are my thoughts on Snow White. What did you guys think about this abomination against humanity that cost $200 million? But anyway, share your thoughts down below. We got the animated versions are better. I would agree with that. Rip headphone. Is this really loud? Is it too loud? I can turn it down. Is this too loud? Let me know. What's wrong with the head? Is it okay? Is the audio okay? Let me know. I want you guys to enjoy this soothing live show. Kenneth says Gal Gadot is hot. Yeah, she does have that going for her. There's no complaints there. Nova Sonic says John wears lipstick. Hee hee. I just have beautiful, luscious red lips. I'm sorry. I got Angelina Jolie lips. Don't be jealous. James Dozier says Gal Gadot is like Vin Diesel acting. Yeah, I think Vin Diesel is actually a better actor than Gal Gadot. I really do. Alex Smith says, John, are you excited for GTA 6? Yeah, I'm sort of excited with that. I was just talking to a couple buddies today about that, and I'm looking forward to it if it does, in fact, actually come out this year. Who knows? I feel like that game will never see the light of day. I feel like an asteroid will hit Earth and humanity will go extinct before that game is released. Bob Yance says, for all the woke complaints the movie got before it came out, they really didn't make many updates to make it more woke. It just wasn't a very good movie. I said the same thing in my review. Rachel Zegler, in all of her interviews leading up to this, talked about woman empowerment and all these things that just felt so out of place for what the original Snow White was. But then you watch the movie and none of those things actually really happen. Like, sure, she does stand up to the evil queen, but like, it felt okay. It didn't feel like it was out of place. It felt like the natural progression of the character to do such things. So I have a strong feeling that they went back in and re-edited and rewrote this movie to get rid of those overly self-indulgent plot points that I think would have taken people out of the movie, and then would have really strayed away from the original. So in that regard, I guess good on Disney for making some of those changes after the fact, but also at the same time, why did you greenlight such a bad movie where the original intention was to have 7 miscast characters play the 7 bandits who were supposed to replace the 7 dwarves? No. I don't want these generic background actors who look like you just found them in a Walmart parking lot replacing my digitized 7 dwarves. No, thank you. And also on a side note, Dopey is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in a film. He really is. If Gollum had a second cousin who was addicted to meth and probably like wet the bed and lit things on fire, it would be Dopey from this movie. It feels like he would be related to Gollum in Middle Earth. All right, so with all of that said, let me dive into your questions here, and thank you guys so much for the questions. I do appreciate it more than you will ever know, and so thank you. All right, so the first question comes from Mark Hickey. John Boy, what do you think WrestleMania 41 plays out like? I think the Doctor of Thugonomics has to win his 17th World Championship, and Heyman turns on Reigns to side with Punk. All right, so we're talking about wrestling now. And if you guys aren't into the wrestling stuff, it's okay, but just let me express myself for a moment. And I really think if you never watched WWE, you should give it a chance, especially if you just want to let go. If you like comic book movies, you should like wrestling. That is what I tell people. Like, if you can like the MCU, you can like WWE, all right? Except I think wrestling is a bit more visceral and entertaining. And we get like 9 hours of it a week. It's my sweet release. So as far as WrestleMania 41, I agree with everything you just said. I think John Cena is winning. I think he's winning the championship because that would make it much more interesting to watch him hold that championship as a heel for the next couple months. And then you have Cody Rhodes chasing the title, which would make him much more interesting as a babyface. I definitely think Paul Heyman is turning on someone in that triple threat match. Absolutely. Will he side with Seth Rollins? Maybe. Or does Brock Lesnar come back? That would be the ultimate WrestleMania moment, would it not? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And by the way, on a side note, my birthday is actually on night 1 of WrestleMania, April 19th. So I'm going to enjoy myself quite a bit. And by enjoy myself, I mean take gummies and drink some alcohol and eat some pizza. So I'm looking forward to it. And I might just have a WrestleMania-themed birthday party. So I'm looking forward to that. I just want to dress like Macho Man Randy Savage. Don't judge me. All right. The next one comes from Rodney Bushwood Reviews, who says, "Greetings, Commander Flick." I like that. "Have you seen the new Brad Pitt trailer for the movie F1 from the director of Top Gun Maverick? Not only have I seen it, I've consumed it, my good friend." Rodney, we talked all about that last week on the previous live show. So if you want some in-depth thoughts on my thoughts on the F1 trailer, check out that last live show. It's the first topic I talk about. But man, oh man, it's directed by Joseph Kosinski, who directed Top Gun Maverick and Tron Legacy. And this is my favorite director working in Hollywood today when it comes to directing dad movies, like fighter jets, race cars. Joseph Kosinski is essentially the new Tony Scott, but I would almost dare to say a bit more talented behind the camera. And that's not a dig on Tony Scott. You know, he will always have a special place in my heart. But man, the way that this man directs his movies with that intensity level, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to put you in the cockpit of a fighter jet. You feel like you're sitting in the lap of Tom Cruise, and it's intense. And in this new F1 movie, which is about race cars, Formula One racing, he puts you in the cockpit with Brad Pitt, and you're sitting in his lap again. And that just sounds like a good time, doesn't it? But man, I'm looking forward to F1. It's one of my more anticipated movies of the summer, definitely. So, quite enjoyed the trailer. The next one comes from Jake Tammin, who says, "Yo, John, what's your favorite sports movie ever, man?" If I had to pick a favorite sports movie, that's a tough one. Like, part of me wants to say shit like the Mighty Ducks D2. And then another part of me definitely wants to say something like Rocky. And then another part of me wants to say something like The Sandlot. So if I want to talk about like real professional sports, but also another part of me wants to say movies like Varsity Blues, which I talked about on the last Flick Trip episode. And by the way, if you didn't watch the newest Flick Trip video, you guys said you wanted it. You guys yelled at the rooftops. You told me to do it. So I listened to you and I gave you what I felt like, not what you wanted, but what you needed. So definitely watch the newest Flick Trip episode. I put that out a couple days ago. It's right here on this channel. Please check that out if you will. If you guys want more Flick Trip videos, give this live show a like right now. It does make me feel better about who I am and what I'm doing, but also it encourages me. It lifts me up from those emotional gutters that sometimes I find myself laying in, and it takes me above the skyline into the sun, and I feel like Kal-El sucking up the sun's energy, and I'm reinvigorated, and I feel so good. And I put on some red underwear, and I save the day. And by save the day, I mean just make a vlog video going to look at movies. But nevertheless, it really is one of the most enjoyable things I can do on YouTube. So check that video out if you want to. And give this video a like, please. I need it. All right, the next one comes from Breezy Cap. All right, Breezy Cap. Well, thanks for the super chat here. I'm 16 and babysitting my little cousins who are boys, and I want to show them some men movies. In your God-level opinion, are Predator and Over the Top, Gladiator, Roadhouse, and Top Gun good movies? Those aren't just movies. Those are lessons that every young man needs to witness to become a real man in life later on. Absolutely. Also, I would throw in T2 Judgment Day in there as well. If you want testosterone, you need that. Now, I'm gonna give you another one here. One that I have always loved for my entire life, and if you've been watching for a while now, this probably won't shock you because it was it was always about us against the system, showing that the human spirit's just still alive while everyone else inches down the freeways in their metal coffins. That little movie is called Point Break from 1991, directed by Catherine Bigelow, who was dating or married to James Cameron at the time, who was a producer on the film. And I think that's why it was so good, to be honest with you. But anyway, I definitely think you should watch Point Break as well. So yeah, those are all man movies. God, just talking about some of those movies makes me want to go watch them right now. So yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the question. I think every young child should watch Over the Top at least once. G.A. Knight says, "Brah, I'm about to get off lunch at work." Well, you got ear pods or something? Can you put me in your ear? You don't got to look at me. Just listen to what I'm talking about. You must be in the U. Where do you live? Where's your lunch at 8 o'clock at night? Sorry, my eyeball itches. All right, let's dive into the questions here. Let's back up. Let's back way up. And the next one comes from Robert Giachanta, who says, "Was just about to walk out on my family when I got the news of a new live stream. I guess I'll hang around for a while." Well, thank you for that. Yeah, if you want to go to the gas station and get a pack of smokes later, you can do that later. Just stick with me for a minute here. But thanks for the statement. And hey, listen. At the end of the day, I kept you around your family for a few extra minutes, so quality time, that's what matters, isn't it? The next one comes from Eric Boschchen, who says, "Johnny, thoughts on the Marine 6 with The Miz? I have not seen the Marine 2. I have not seen the Marine 3. I have not seen the Marine 4. I have not seen the Marine 5. And I absolutely probably will never see the Marine 6 starring The Miz. But I have seen the Marine 1 with John Cena, which came out, 2006? I vaguely remember that movie. But what was the question here? Oh, yes. It stars The Miz, Shawn Michaels, Becky Lynch as the villain. Enjoyable guilty pleasure if you haven't seen it. Hey, I probably never will, man, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. We all need that one guilty pleasure, do we not? And in fact, it is a rainy day outside, so perfect day for a guilty pleasure movie. When it's raining, it keeps all the bad people at bay, and no one can hurt you. It washes away all the sins. Poetic Sin says, "Is the movie gym motivation afterwards? Is the movie Magazine Dreams gym motivation? Kind of, sort of. It definitely shows the dark side of bodybuilding, which I quite enjoy. But it did make me want to go work out. And there is a line in the movie about, so the character Maddox, Killian Maddox is the character's name in Magazine Dreams. And he's riding his favorite bodybuilder throughout the entire movie, like with fan letters. And he's like, "My legs won't grow mass. Here's a picture of me. Please help." And I can relate to that so much. No matter how much I worked out, my legs just look like little broomsticks, no matter what I did. But I liked it. So it is kind of gym motivation. Sure, we'll go with that. Real Steel Fitness, how's it going? "Hey, John. Did you see that one of the Russo brothers was trying to blame audiences for their criticism of the Electric State? Did they? I think I read something about the Russo brothers trying to say something like that. But here's the thing. If you want to make quality movies that cost $320 million and you want them to resonate with audiences and be captivating and well-reviewed, then make a good movie that makes someone feel something. Don't make this digital nonsensical mess that just feels like a bastardized version of Ready Player One with a boring concept that's terribly executed, and the entire climax of this $320 million just concludes in a grassy small field outside of a Apple headquarters location where these cartoon robots that look like they belong in a Saturday morning cartoon show just throw cars at the bad guys. It's so boring and uninspired. I didn't care about it. This is, I think, is Electric State's based on a graphic novel or some young adult novel or something, and it just was not a movie that needed to be made. Had this come out in 1997, maybe it would have been new and fun to watch, and I could see another version of this movie existing. But this version, the Netflix version of it, and by the way, every single Netflix movie that they make all look the same. Why do all Netflix movies have to look the same? They're dull, they're flat, they refuse to use contrast or saturation, and the movie simply costs too much, and it gets to the point where it just feels so artificial. And that artificial feeling is so heavy-handed that it truly resonates into your soul. And I think us as audience members, when we watch things like this, we are sensitive to that disingenuous feeling that these movies are giving us and oozing. And I think that's why we just cannot connect to these films. They truly feel like products. And I hate it. I hate it. It's everything wrong with cinema. I don't know. What's going on? Netflix, why doesn't Netflix just have one normal person? Every time that they say, okay, we're going to make this $500 million movie. No one asked for it. We're going to make it. Why don't they run those ideas past one person? And listen, Netflix, if you need one guy, you can make me a producer in every single movie. I will be that one guy who will truly judge everything and step back and look at it. If everyone at Netflix says yes, I will be the one guy who says no. And we're going to have a discussion about if this film should be made. Why don't they have somebody like that? Or is it a whole bunch of yes men who just say yes to everything? We just need another product. Let's put it out. A $320 million movie that no one liked and no one will ever watch again or talk about 2 weeks after it came out. That is mind-boggling to me. All right. Just make more movies like Magazine Dreams. You know, you could make 50 Magazine Dreams for the cost of Electric State. Maybe you could make 100 of them. I don't know the budget for Magazine Dreams, but... All right, the next one comes from Caleb, who says chicken butt. Well, thank you for that super chat. I'm happy that you paid $2 to make that statement, but that is your right. And you will always have a place here on the Flick Pick live shows to say such things. So there you go. All right, Skylar Wheelock says, have the studios ever considered that the reason so many of their films are bombing at the box office is that they've conditioned audiences to wait just a few days until they're available to watch at home? We need extended theatrical windows to return. You and I both. I put out a statement piece. And I came up with this entire 5 paragraphs when I was on the toilet the other day, but I felt like I needed to get it out. That's where all my best ideas originate from, when I'm on the porcelain throne, the thinking throne as I call it. And I put it out on X the other day. I can find it here if you guys want me to recant what I said the other day. It was quite insightful. I was very proud of myself. I guess I can read it to you. It perfectly aligns with the question you just asked. So the other day on X, I saw this statement here from, I don't even know what this account is, whatever. It's probably some kid, but anyway. It said, we want Hollywood to make better movies. No, you don't. All these movies come out in the last 3 years and you've let them all flop. Watch them instead of whining. And for some odd reason, that just pissed me off to my core. My fists both became balled in a fit of anger and rage as I was taking a crap on the toilet. And I put out this little statement here, and a lot of people have read it. You know, like 400,000 people have seen it, so that makes me feel good inside. But I'm glad I like releasing statements like this because they come from my soul. And what I said about that aligns with your question there was, I have to get this out. Hollywood is sabotaging itself and then acting surprised when the industry suffers. They're training audiences to devalue theatrical releases, and then they blame declining interest when people don't show up. It's a self-inflicted wound. This whole shorter theatrical window strategy is pure greed disguised as innovation. They want to cut theaters out of the equation, but in doing so, they're gutting the entire ecosystem. Hype, anticipation, word of mouth, all that dies when a movie goes from theaters to streaming in a matter of weeks. Instead of letting films breathe and build momentum, they're treating them like disposable content. Netflix. When they pushed streaming as the future, they killed off DVDs and Blu-rays only to turn around and jack up streaming prices while removing movies at will. They've conditioned audiences to expect convenience, but at what cost? The industry is eating itself alive. And damn it, if you agree with that, let me know down below. But that right there is my retort to your question. So I agree with you, man. I completely agree. You sack of wine. No, man, absolutely. The next one comes from Real Steel Fitness, who says, "Hey, John, what are your opinions on movies that gift and the movies The Gift and The Invitation, two thriller/horror type films I think are underrated?" So, by the way, I'm sorry I forgot to play your questions when I was reading them. Damn it! There's a lot to remember when you're doing the live streams. You got a light in your face. There's so much going on, and I'm overstimulated. I almost want to put my Nicolas Cage sunglasses on. Here we go. What's the matter? You got a shark or something? All right. So your question was The Gift and The Invitation. I like both of those movies, and I agree with you. Also, if you like films like that, I sort of like surreal, meta-psychological thrillers these days. Like the movie The Menu, I would say is like, it belongs in there, but I saw The Gift once. I vaguely remember it. That was the Jason Bateman movie, right? The Gift. Yeah, okay. I saw this in theaters. I remember it very well now. I liked it. The Invitation was also great. So yeah, man, was there a question there though? Yeah, I think they get the due they deserve. I don't know if they're underrated, but they're definitely worth checking out. So I agree with you. Luis Javier Rubio says, "What up, John? Hope you're doing good. Have you still, okay, you worded this weird. Have you still haven't seen Amazon's Prime's Invincible show? It's peak, my guy. Also, what do you think about Dexter?" I have not watched Invincible. A lot of people have told me to watch it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. And I have seen multiple episodes of Dexter. I've never seen the complete series. The thing is, by the time I got into Dexter, I feel like all these cliche and tropes of what make a sociopath, I've sort of just like, not only have I lived it, but I've witnessed it in so many other movies that Dexter for me didn't bring anything really new to it. And watching him episode after episode, it sort of gets exhausting to a certain, like, don't get me wrong. I think it's entertaining, but it also like, it almost is frustrating to me to watch it at times. It's just a little too, I guess the word I will say is bombastic. You know, I wish there was a little more subtlety to it, but I completely understand it. And I feel like I should like Dexter more than I do, but for some odd reason, I just want more subtlety and more, I don't know. I almost want it to be darker than it is. Take that how you will. I'll tell you one show I'm watching on Netflix right now, though, completely different than Dexter. And you're probably thinking, John, why are you watching this instead of watching Dexter or Invincible? And it's a show starring Margaret Qualley, and it came out on Netflix in 2021. And I had never heard about this. It's a limited series. There's only 10 episodes. I'm on episode like 4 or 5 right now, and the wife and I quite enjoy it. It's the show that we watch when we're eating something. We watch one episode, and we go, okay, that was enough. We'll watch the next one tomorrow. We don't really binge it, and it's called The Maid. And it's not the most like groundbreaking show, but it's about this girl who, she lives in a trailer. She kind of has an abusive relationship, and she runs away from all of that, and everything in her life sucks. and she has a kid, and she's just trying to get by in life, but everything that can go wrong always goes wrong. But there's a little humor to be had throughout the series, and I kind of enjoy it. I like shows like that. So, all right. The next one comes from Night King 01. How's it going, buddy? How was Michael Hearn in the movie? I'm glad you mentioned Michael Hearn. Not a lot of people know who he is. If you don't know who Michael Hearn is, he's a famous bodybuilder. He's on Instagram. And he was great in Magazine Dreams. Now, I'm not going to spoil anything, but his storyline in Magazine Dreams was not what I was expecting at all. I'll leave it there. But pretty good. He's pretty good. Oh, man. Yeah, it goes off the rails. Jake Tamman says, Yo, John, what's your favorite sports movie ever? Didn't we answer that earlier? If I had to pick one, I'm gonna go with I say Rocky, but I enjoy a lot of other sports movies, especially like The Sandlot, you know? I mean, even A League of Their Own with Tom Hanks, I quite enjoyed that movie. It's about women's baseball during the wartime in the 1940s when all men went overseas, so they didn't have a men's league of baseball, so the women took over. I like that movie. And also, there's a scene in that film where Tom Hanks takes a piss for like 5 minutes. Very, very relatable. There's no crying in baseball! The next one comes from Matt Pagano, who loved to super chat. Well, thanks, Matt. No question, though, but I do appreciate it, man. Thomas Thomas McLaughlin? That's a cool name. Is that your real last name? Okay. Thomas McLaughlin. You should have been a stand-up comedian. Just like a guy with the name John Flickinger should talk about movies. Hello from Melbourne, Australia, mate. How do you feel about Young Guns 3, alias Billy the Kid, officially announced? It's been officially announced? Hell yeah, give it to me now. I love me some Young Guns. Young Guns 1 and 2 are my two guilty pleasure movies, baby. Emilio Estevez playing Billy the Kid. Oh, it's good stuff. Who's playing Billy the Kid? Are they gonna have Emilio Estevez come back all old as shit? Michael Witherspoon, who has been a member for 38 months, and I thank you for that, Michael, says, thanks, John, for all you do. Never stop, please. I will never stop. This is the sole reason I exist. This is it. This is my legacy. Take that how you will. But no, I won't stop if you guys don't stop. It's a symbiotic relationship. You keep coming back, I'll keep doing this. That's my promise and my guarantee to you. All right. The next one comes from Jacob Murphy, who says, hey, Johnny boy, what do you think of the new Netflix series Adolescence? Also, Newcastle or Liverpool? I've never been to either, Liverpool or Newcastle. I couldn't really tell you the difference, but I'm willing to bet they both have very gloomy weather where it rains a lot. I have not watched Adolescence yet. My wife actually started watching it without me, and I've been meaning to watch it. I just have not started yet. I've heard it's great. I've heard there's some beautiful one-take shots that just are mind-boggling to watch. So I'm going to check it out. I just have not yet. Dudley 340 says, hello from England. I've been watching since 2015. I watched The Departed earlier today. A great film with such a strong cast. Do any other movies come to mind with a great cast that you enjoyed? Oh man, The Departed is phenomenal. She fell funny, didn't she? I'm trying to... Oh, okay, let me think here. I mean, just about every Martin Scorsese movie has a pretty good cast, do they not? Like Casino, Goodfellas, Wolf of Wall Street, all good casts. I love the cast, and I'll tell you one cast of people I love is in Boogie Nights. A Paul Thomas Anderson movie, that is a great cast to me. Mark Wahlberg, Burt Reynolds in the movie. John C. Reilly's in that movie. I think that's a good cast. Hey, Jack, I've been thinking a lot about my name lately, and every time I close my eyes, I see these bright, shiny neon letters, and they just get brighter and brighter. I love it. Boogie Nights. Trying to think of another great ensemble cast that's really blows your melon wide open. That's a good question for everyone in the chat right now. What is a movie that has a phenomenal cast of actors in it? What was that really shitty movie that came out a couple years ago that was just felt like wasted potential? Oh, God. Let me try to find it here. Yeah, American Hustle. Ugh. What a waste of talent. You had Bradley Cooper, Christian Bale, Jennifer Lawrence, Jeremy Renner. And that movie was just so bad. People like that though for some reason. I never got it. I thought that was just the most forgetful movie ever made. Yeah, let me know who you guys think has a good Oppenheimer, good cast, absolutely. Pulp Fiction, yes, damn it. I was not thinking Tarantino. My brain was everywhere else except for Tarantino movies. Yes, The Hateful Eight, great cast. Pulp Fiction, Django Unchained. Reservoir Dogs, great cast. Oh, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, fuck yeah. Good pick, The Outsiders. Ooh, not a bad pick, not a bad pick. The Outsiders, dude, that movie had Ralph Macchio, it had Patrick Swayze, it had Tom Cruise, Emilio Estevez, Superman's mom. I cannot remember her name right now off the top of my head. Sorry. But yeah, The Outsiders, great underrated classic from the 1980s. Hey, Sody Pop. I love it. The biggest question is, would you be a Soch or would you be a Grease? Gangs in New York, another Scorsese movie though. Saving Private Ryan, damn good cast. Damn good movie, too. Yeah, some good picks in there, guys. Any feelings on the Saw 11 news? Diane Lane, yes. For me, here's the thing. If Saw 11 got canceled, do you really think the studio who owns the rights to that franchise isn't simply just going to make another Saw movie? I have a very strong feeling, rather than make Saw 11, which, by the way, I've sort of not given a shit about Saw movies for the last 15 years. I love the first one. I think it's phenomenal. But I think we've gotten to a point where they're so convoluted and they're just stretching this story thin, where it's like Jigsaw died 25 years ago. His legacy still lives on. Now we're making prequel movies that just feel like you're really pushing the limitations here of what you can get away with. Just reboot this shit. Take the Saw concept, reboot it into a new franchise, and preferably don't have Chris Rock direct the movie and star in it. Do something else. Get a really quality director to do this. You know, I would almost like to see an A24 Saw movie. Give me something like that. But I think they're going to reboot the franchise. That's probably why this got canceled. That's just my theory. I think if you reboot it and you just put more effort and time into that to start a new franchise, that's probably the best bet in the long run. What else do they have to say at this point? I've been dead for 27 years, but you jaywalked in 1995. Now you have to pick out your own brain matter and put it on a scale to weigh it. Live or die, the choice is yours. You once forgot to buckle your seatbelt, and you listened to your music too loud. Now you have to cut off your arms and crawl through a sea of nails and spikes. Live or die, the choice is yours. It's like, I don't care anymore. Can anyone actually survive a soul trap at this point? GF Hostman says Jurassic Park 1 had a great cast. Absolutely. The reason some of these movies are so great, and keep in mind, Jurassic Park is not indicative of this, but the reason some films are so great is the cast elevate the screenplay of the movie. That's why some of these movies we think about are like, sometimes it's not necessarily the screenplay, it's the cast that delivers the dialogue written down on that page that makes you remember these great movies. Someone said Soul X was pretty good. Dude, they all blend together. They all blend together for the last 10 years to me. All right, the next one comes from Jesus Salcido. How's it going, Jesus, man? I have to write an essay about disability, and I chose to write about Daredevil, but I can't bring myself to do it, so here I am. What's for dinner, John? Well, man, that would be a good... I mean, yeah, good pick, though. A blind man who just goes blind, now he has supersonic hearing and can see sonar waves somehow. Yeah, cool. What's for dinner tonight? Well, that's a great question. And to be honest with you, I am slightly hungry right now. I don't know what I'm going to eat tonight. I did buy some on the recommendation of a viewer. I bought some of the what are they called? The pizza bread sandwiches. I bought a couple of those. Maybe I'll make one of those tonight because I'm feeling extra lazy. I think Scott told me that. Anyway, all right, let's go to the next one here. Night King 1 says, oh, we answered that already. Jake Tamman says, what's your, why do I feel like I'm seeing duplicate questions? I feel like I'm seeing duplicate questions. Maybe I'm crazy. Let's scroll up a little. Okay, here we go. Azim the Dream says, hey, Johnny, I know we hate Halloween Kills, but I still remember the opening scene in the movie The Capture, the 1978. Okay, what is this question here? I'm sorry. I still remember the opening scene that captured in 1978. Look at a CGI Dr. Loomis and makes you think. Okay. I'm sorry. My brain can't handle this right now. I'm sorry. There's a lot of abbreviation happening, but here it goes. Any remakes you think that could really go for that strategy? For example, Jurassic Park sequels, but now with 90s feel. 90s got it right. Okay, so are you saying that, do I think there's any modern day movies that could use CG to recapture that original tone that they gave us? And now I'm picking up what you're putting down with Halloween Kills, where they gave us a little bit of that, and those flashback sequences were some of the best parts of that entire movie. I agree. And then you had Corey Cunningham, which what the hell was going on with that creepy kid? Why did we have to watch him in this movie? I don't know, but they made us do it. I would be hard pressed to think of anything that could go back and capture it in a digitized way. I really think that's a bad idea all around. Now, don't get me wrong. If you could have a few flashbacks in a modern day movie where its predecessor took place in the 90s, yeah, maybe if you had one or two scenes, I could be okay with that. But really, there's nothing that comes to mind where I feel like it should do that. Like, just as you referenced Jurassic Park right there, did you guys see the new trailer for Jurassic Park? I just saw it in the theater the other day, and it did not make me want to watch the new movie. It looked like a generic action movie that just happened to have dinosaurs in it, and Scarlett Johansson was just never serious in any situation. Like, there was dinosaurs about to eat the boat. It's like, this is a death-defying scene. Like, these pterodactyls are going to eat your head, Scarlett Johansson, all right? And she's just like, is this good or bad news? And it's just like, why do you have to dismiss the seriousness of every situation like that? Like, you should be screaming. You should have panic on your face. A sense of dread should be in this scene. Make me think the dinosaurs are actually a threat and not this comedic, character in a movie. Ugh, I hated it. I hated that new trailer for the Jurassic Park movie. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Just, it is not looking promising. That's all I'm saying. The trailer for the new Jurassic Park looks like a parody. It does, man. It looks like they couldn't afford the rights to Jurassic Park, so they're making a dinosaur adventure movie, but it's like something else. Listen, I don't want the franchise to end. I don't mind seeing dinosaurs in live action. I think there's still some ideas that you can do, but they're just not taking this franchise serious. I remember years ago there was some rumors floating around that they were going to do sort of a more dark, horrific themed version of Jurassic Park, more like Michael Crichton's novel, which didn't have a lot of jokes or levity in it. It was just like dark and suspenseful and thrilling. You feel like you're on the run from these dinosaurs, and you had to live. You were in survival mode. So yeah, I wish we would have that tone, but unfortunately we do not. All right, the next one comes from MD Cluster, who says, if you could remake any movie with you as the director, which film would it be and what would you change? Ooh, that's a tough question, man. There's a lot of movies I like. I don't know which ones I'd want to remake. I get to be the director, though, and have final say? Oh, I don't know. I don't know which movie I'd like to remake. I would, if I had to pick one, and I had all the money, and I could cast whoever I wanted, I'd probably remake Point Break. I might just remake that. Maybe. Or another movie that I've always loved that I think could do a modern day remake would be The Warriors from the late 1970s. Can you dig it? Come out to play, pay for what? I just love that vibe of The Warriors. And I love films where you have heroes that have to get from point A to point B to survive. I just like that concept. So really, honestly, I would go with The Warriors. If I could remake any movie, it would be The Warriors. I think there's a lot of interesting ideas that you could go with it. Now, would I make it some ultra realistic modern day movie? No. No, I would not. If I was going to do it, it would either have to be a slightly futuristic setting in like a dystopia kind of landscape in the future, like maybe 20, 30 years in the future, where you could buy into the concept of these multiple different gangs existing that all have their own different flavor to them. Like the Baseball Furies in the original Warriors movie. Well, that took place in the late 70s. It's like, okay, maybe we can get away with guys wearing like makeup, dressed like clowns and baseball players. But I feel like in a dystopian futuristic landscape, you could get away with it. So that's what I would do with the Warriors. Just putting it out there. Point Break already had a perfect remake. Oh, you can go burn in hell for those sins against humanity. We don't joke around like that on here. You're about 3 seconds away from getting banned. I'm just kidding. You can say whatever you want. But just know that's a blatant lie. And now you have to punish yourself. So please take a leather strap from your closet and 3 lashes right now. All right. That's your pittance. All right. The next one comes from... let's go to this one here. All right. Daddy needs to chill. All right. Here it goes. Hey, Flicky. Does your wife ever mention how spoiled our kids today? These brats need more spankings like I got in the past. From now on... What? From now on, prison uncle? What? What was that? So my wife is a teacher, and I do hear some horrific stories every day. And I'm just glad I'm not a kid anymore growing up and having to be in the classroom with some of these other kids. They don't separate special needs students from normal students anymore. They just throw them all in the same room. So you have kids that have severe special needs running around with scissors trying to stab other kids who are just like, hey, I'm trying to watch the new whatever, or play with these blocks. I hear horrific things on a daily basis. So yes, do I think physical violence will help the upbringing of the youth today? Maybe. I don't know. That's questionable. MD Cluster says, if you could remake any movie with... Oh, we already answered that. Cody Gill says, what movie or theme would work as Legos? Oh, let's see. A Lego movie? I think the obvious one here is Forrest Gump. Could you imagine a Lego version of Forrest Gump? Huh? Just putting it out there. Well, we already had Batman. I don't know. Jurassic Park could probably work as a Lego adventure. Back to the Future could probably work as a Lego movie. Waterworld could probably work as a Lego movie. I would like to see Titanic as a Lego movie. I think that would... Would that not be the most interesting thing ever? That's a great question. That's my question to you guys. What movie or theme would you like to see made into a Lego movie? Let me know. Ghost is a 90s film that can't be remade, in my opinion. Oh no, you couldn't make a modern day Ghost and get away with it. It would be so unintentionally hilarious. But in the early 90s, could you take Patrick Swayze and kill him and make you feel something when he's haunting Demi Moore with Whoopi Goldberg? Yeah, you could. And it worked perfectly. I love that movie. Everyone in my family loves that movie. My sisters love that movie. It's great. Good stuff. I remember I've watched that movie so many times as a kid. It's probably not even healthy how many times I've seen the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze. And the one guy in the subway, what I do for one last drag. Oh, great stuff. The movie guy says, and no, I didn't miss your super chat because it's right here. Get ready for it, movie guy. Hey, John, have you seen the new War of Warham? I wasn't impressed. I have not, nor do I want to. I'm sorry. I liked Lord of the Rings in live action. I don't need an anime version of Lord of the Rings, especially in that landscape. That was the most boring aspect about the live action Lord of the Rings movies to me. Like, I don't care about anyone that exists in that area of Middle Earth, nor will I ever. So to watch like a 2.5 hour animated movie on it, I just don't want to. I really can't bring myself to do it. And the fact that you weren't impressed doesn't make me want to watch it. Did you guys like that movie? All right, the next one comes from Matt Pagino, who says, hey, John, love the live show. If Peter Dinklage, Wee Man from Jackass, and Hornswoggle played as the dwarves from Snow White, which character do you think they can play as? Well, Peter Dinklage would definitely have to play Grumpy. I think he would have been a good Grumpy. I think Wee Man could probably play like Sneezy. Who could play Dopey? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't even want to think about it, to be honest with you. But thanks for the super chat, man. I wish they would have cast all little people. I do. What's the name of the oh god, the actor who was in the Ewok movie? He was also in he's a famous little person actor. I always forget his name. Someone help me out. You guys know. I can't place it. But he could play someone like Doc. You know, he's old enough now. He was in the new that new crappy series on Disney Plus, the fantasy show. I can't remember the title of anything right now. The original had Val Kilmer in it. Someone help me. Warwick David. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you. You guys are great. I don't need Google when I have you. Yeah, Warwick David could play like Doc or something. How about that? But thanks for the question, Matt, man. All right. Robert Giachanta says, thoughts on Hell Comes to Frogtown with Roddy Piper. I've never seen Hell Comes to Frogtown. What the hell is this? Hell Comes to Frogtown? I've never seen this movie. It has a 5.5 on IMDb. It's from 1988. I mean, I've seen They Live, but I came here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum, but I've never seen Frogtown, man. So I have no clue. Yeah, Willow. That's the movie I'm looking for. Sometimes when this bright light's shining in my face, I blank out. sometimes, and I'm sorry for that. Skylar Wheelock says, I just realized something. In Home Alone, how can Kevin order pizza if the phone lines are down? Well, they momentarily came back up, if you remember correctly. They'll be up in a couple days. Right? Isn't that what happened? Or am I making that up? The name's Murphy. All right, let's go to the next one. All right. He had a satellite phone. Okay, and it was solar powered. That's how he did it. He did it on his iPhone. Leave him alone. All right, the next one comes from James Norton. What was the answer to that, though? Didn't the phone lines come back on after a few days? They were restored. James Norton says, hey, John, did you ever steal Stuckman TV and his Keaton Batman figure? No, I did not. No, they are safely still there, I believe. I should have, though. Avocado Balls Johnson says, are you planning on seeing Alto Nights, De Niro's final mob movie? I might check it out this weekend. I completely forgot that movie existed. I have a feeling it's probably not going to be that good. That's just my thoughts and feelings on it. The trailers didn't do much for me, but maybe I'll check it out. I just don't know if I want to go to the theater to see that. I think if you guys want to go see something good at the theater this weekend that's visceral and fun and you want something dark, go watch Magazine Dreams, as we talked about earlier in the live stream. Daddy Needs to Chill said 5G Wi-Fi. That was my assumption. All right, the next one comes from Avery, who says you don't want to nitpick Home Alone and its sequel. It gets rather perverted. Oh, I've talked all about how perverted and weird and creepy Home Alone 2 is if you really step back and look at the film, especially with Tim Curry's character in that film. Was he a predator against children? I'm going to say he probably was. I really think that character was a predator against children in Home Alone 2. Just close your eyes and think about it. Little boy, all alone in a hotel room, and he can't take his eyes off of him. And then what does he do? Oh, he sneaks into his room when he thinks he's in the shower. To catch him red-handed? That was the plan? I don't know, man. Breaking and entering and being a peeping Tom against an adolescent child seems like a much greater crime than credit card fraud. Call me crazy. Anyway, thank God for that big rubber clown and his Talkman and what was it called? A Talkman or a Talkie? What was that called? A Talk Buddy? Anyway, and Uncle Frank singing. Get out of here, little pervert! I'm gonna slap you silly. All right. Talk Buddy? Was that what it was called? I was poor as a kid. I always wanted one. Never got it. Credit card? You got it. All right, let's go to the next one here. And the next one comes from Michael Witherspoon. By the way, thank you for that comment earlier. That did make me feel good inside. Okay, the next one comes from Night King 02, who says, thoughts on The Irishman. Also, have you seen Sadness yet? I like The Irishman. Now, do I love it? No, I do not. Do I think it has a lot of questionable creative decisions? Absolutely. Do I think when Robert De Niro is supposed to be a 25-year-old dude and he looks like a 75-year-old man with old man hands? Yeah, I think that was a bit questionable. It's like, why didn't we just maybe cast another actor to play this younger version of yourself? I think that would have worked very well. Like, why didn't Scorsese maybe cast like Leonardo DiCaprio to play the younger version of Scorsese or younger version of De Niro? Just little things like that. But I enjoyed the film, but it definitely had that that Netflix vibe to it. You know what I mean? Like, I understand Netflix paid for the movie, but it just had like this really flat look to it. It just didn't look as filmic as other Scorsese movies, in my opinion. But I enjoyed it. Probably the least rewatchable Scorsese movie outside of the that newest movie that he came out with, The Cries of the Wildflower or whatever. I was not a fan of that movie. I'm sorry. It just felt so flat to me. Not the look of it, just the story. The Sadness. The 2021 horror film. I have not watched The Sadness yet, man. I'm sorry. I just haven't had time to watch a depressing, horrific film that's going to make me curl up in the fetal position and question my life. It takes a lot out of me to watch movies like that, so I will get to it, I promise. It's on the to-do list. Roger something says, I have only seen the first Lego movie. Are any of the other Lego movies good? I think if you like the first Lego movie, you'll probably like the Batman movie. I think I almost would dare to say I enjoyed the Batman movie more than the Chris Pratt Lego movie. But keep in mind, I've only watched both of them once. And I do have a review for the Lego Batman movie on the Flickpick channel. If you want to go watch it and see if that sells you on it a bit more. Because I don't remember a lot about it. I just remember Will Arnett doing the voice of Batman. Hey there, Lego Masters. It's Batman here. Okay, the next one comes from Night King 01 again. All right, Night King, you say, John, I have a recommendation for you since you like surreal, meta-esque thrillers. Funny Games came out a year after Scream and does something very similar, although not comedic in the slightest. It's very dark. It's on Max right now. I feel like I've seen Funny Games. That's the 2007. You're not talking about the 2007 movie, are you? Funny Games? Is there one from 1997 Funny Games? Here we go, the 1997 Funny Games. An idyllic lakeside vacation home is terrorized by Paul, and deeply disturbed man. Two men drop very. What is? I feel like I've seen this on like HBO, man. Funny Games, 1997. Ooh, this does look a little chaotic. There's a bag over a little kid's head. Holy shit, what is this movie? Okay, you know what? Night King 01, you may have sold me on a movie I might check out here that I've never seen. Funny, I'm adding it to the list. Funny Games. All right, it's on the list. We'll get to it. All right, the next one comes from Night King again, who says, John, what is wrong with society? Craven came out on Netflix and was #1 for a good while. It's still #3 movie. What is going on? Mass audiences make me feel like our criticisms are null and void sometimes. Well, you have to understand, Netflix is for the most general audience participant that exists on the planet. Netflix is for people who don't even like movies. Netflix is for people, when you ask them what their favorite movie is, they name some Netflix movie. Okay, that's who Netflix is like. That's their main mass appeal. Now, I understand people like us, each other here, who have taste, and I'm talking to everyone here in this live show. We look at Netflix a different way, right? There's a lot of hidden gems on Netflix, a lot of things we like, but the mass consumer just takes whatever Netflix gives them and clicks the movie and they watch it. It's just content. These are the movies that people watch in the background as they're folding laundry. You know, these are the movies that people watch as they're on the phone scrolling on TikTok in the background. So you have to understand that's what essentially half the movies on Netflix are for people. It's #3 because that's what everyone just clicked. Oh, it's a new comic book movie. Okay, I'll click that and watch 7 minutes of it. That's what's happening. No one's eyes are actually on the screen for the entirety of that movie. It simply exists in the background as digital noise. So that's the way I think of it. That's why. But then again, some people probably think it's a really good movie. And, there's not much you can do. You can't... I don't know if taste is inherited or like genetically gifted to people. You know, it's a weird thing, isn't it? Avocado Balls Johnson, here we go. Says, do you like Law-Abiding Citizen? Its plot is so dumb, I've always found the movie entertaining. You know, I've met a lot of people who like Law-Abiding Citizen, And I remember seeing this movie in theaters and thinking to myself, this is the most convoluted plot that I just cannot buy any of this working whatsoever. And I couldn't get into specifics about the plot. I remember he escapes prison, he blows up a wall, and he just does the most obscene things that would literally take anyone else like 6 months of preparation and preparing. And not only that, his plan hinged so much on just luck. And I just hated the movie. It just felt like the most forced, contrived thing that's ever existed. And don't get me wrong, I can suspend my disbelief, but something about the way that movie was just executed, it made me roll my eyes every other scene. That's what I remember most about Law Abiding Citizen. But if you enjoyed, I get it, man. I got movies like that I enjoy. Like Waterworld. Does it make any sense in Waterworld where they have no fresh drinking water, dirt is hard to come by, paper is one of the most valuable assets that you can have, but yet they never run out of bullets or cigarettes? I don't know. Sometimes it's better not to question things. All right, the next one comes from Justin Cashout, who says, "Hey John, have you ever watched Donnie Darko?" Of course I watched Donnie Darko. You have Patrick Swayze playing a pervert. Phenomenal movie. But truth be told, Donnie Darko was never one of my favorites. I remember watching it the first time going, oh, that's dark and weird. And then I watched it later on in life and I was like, it's still dark and weird. I like it, but I was never drawn to it like some people are. But I can appreciate it. I really can. MC Pauly says, Flick Trip location. There's this chain of stores called The Exchange all over Ohio and Pennsylvania. Left with 23 movies once. They have movies, games, rare collectibles, and as cheap as $2. I've been to The Exchange, man. You know I used to live in Cleveland, Ohio, right? So I've been to many, many different Exchange locations. And I actually do have a Flick Trip going to The Exchange. Or did I go into it? I don't know if I actually went into it. But I do have a Flick Trip from like 2018 where I go to the Exchange and then I go to Chick-fil-A. So check that video out if you want to. But I have been there. Absolutely. It's a cool place. Where I live, we have a place called Mega Replay, which is actually a bigger store than the Exchange. It's sort of like the Exchange times 5. That's how large this is. And it's more or less the exact same thing. But thanks for the question, man. And yeah, if I ever do go to Ohio again for like a screening of a movie, and by the way, the reason I made the last Flick Trip that I put out a couple days ago, once again, go check that out if you want to. It's right here on this channel. But the reason I made that Flick Trip was I was planning on driving to Columbus, Ohio to see Snow White. Yeah, it's a 3-hour drive to see a press screening of a movie. But it was a couple days early, so I figured why not? And plus it gives me a reason to listen to podcasts for 3 hours. But I just couldn't do it. I was like, life is too short. I cannot drive 3 hours and then 3 hours back home to watch Snow White. No, thank you. But next time I go to a press screening, I will probably make another Flick Trip video and I will check out like the Exchange or some other stores along the way. I'll look for something cool along the way. And if you guys live in Ohio, if you live between Indiana and like Columbus, Ohio, if there's any cool movie related places to stop at, let me know. I'll check them out. Roger something says, Law-Abiding Citizen is pretty ridiculous, but I love Gerard Butler. I also love Gamer with him, even though it's just ridiculous. In Law-Abiding Citizen, he leaves his cell to work as a janitor. Yeah, well, you can still do that. That's legit in prison. You can go work as a janitor if you're locked up. Where was I going with that, though? Oh, yes. But as much as I love me some Gerard Butler, man, oh man, I am so sensitive to him hiding his heavy Scottish accent in every Americanized role that he gives. He kind of talks like this a little bit. Oh, yeah? Do you guys pick up on that when Gerard Butler's trying to hide his Scottish accent? And I've listened to a lot of voice coaches. Why I don't ask why I've done this, but the recommendation is if you want to have an American accent, you're supposed to relax the back of your throat. And I feel like he does that almost too much, to where like little Kermit the Frog slips out sometimes when Gerard Butler's talking with an American accent. Am I the only one? I don't know. Call me crazy. Hey, John, do you own dogs? I currently do not own a dog. I would like to at some point. I would like a little dog. I want a little hyperallergenic dog. Like a little 15, 20-pound dog tops. Nothing too... I want a small dog that you can hang out with on the sofa, but you can play catch with. I don't need like a Great Dane or something crazy like that, all right? I don't want Beethoven running around my house, slobbering on the floor, tracking mud inside. I'm way too much of a germaphobe for it. But yes, I would like a small little hyperallergenic dog who can wash their own feet when they come inside and use the toilet. That's the kind of dog I would like. But yeah, one day I'd like it. We would like to get a dog at some point. Roger something says I meant he sneaks out of his cell to go work as a janitor at the city hall as a disguise. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's just the absurdity of the movie Law Abiding Citizen. Cody says, I hear that accent in every role. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. All right. A golden retriever. Those are smart dogs, man. Very needy dogs, though. All right. The next one comes from James Dosher, who says, where do you see movie theaters in the next 5 years? Do you think they will become the next Blockbuster? I think there's always going to be a niche for movie theaters. I definitely do. And people still want to go to the theater. We do as a society. We still like to go out. It's the one obtainable somewhat, and it used to be more affordable, but it's the one thing you can go leave your house. It's easy to do, and you just sit there and watch a movie with your friends or your family. It's the easiest group experience that you can do that exists in every town, right? So I really do, going back to my statement earlier, I think the studio system are basically gutting themselves with these short-run theatrical releases. Because there's a lot of movies, listen, the newest big MCU movie will always probably do well at the box office. Or the next big Avatar movie. People are going to leave their house to go watch that at the theater. But when you have smaller movies that need that time to grow, where you know it's not going to be on streaming in 3 days, you need to give people a reason to go watch it at the theater. And also profitability wise, it's make some money at the theater, then make money with streaming, make money with physical media. There used to be a way to make money with every different one of these outlets when it comes to a movie. And now they're all slowly fading away, with the theater industry dwindling, with physical media dwindling, and now it's all up to streaming. And now it's getting to a point where people just don't want to pay for anything. It's oh, I don't want to pay $19 to watch that new movie on streaming, because in another month it'll be on Netflix. So really the streaming services are the bane of the existence. They are the cancer eating away at the movie theater industry, or the theater industry, or not the theater, the film industry. As much as streaming is awesome and convenient, it really is the worst thing to happen to the movie industry, is it not? And the other thing that I hate, as a guy who makes movie reviews and YouTube videos, I remember a time when you would have a new movie that would come out, and you didn't have to review the movie 2 weeks ahead of time. You could wait until Saturday to review a new movie, and people were still interested in it. Oh, should I go see this? Should I not go see this? And now a lot of people don't even watch reviews because they don't give a shit if they should waste their money to go see the movie, because they know they can just watch it on Netflix in 3 weeks. But the shelf life of releases is dwindling and dwindling and dwindling, to the point where if I don't make a movie review of the brand new movie on Friday or Thursday when it comes out, by Sunday, nobody cares. No one's looking for it. No one's searching that movie up on the internet. And to me, that is so disheartening. I miss those days where the new release would have, it could exist for 3 or 4 weeks, and people would make videos talking about it, discussing it. I think back to The Dark Knight Rises. That was a topical thing you could talk about a year before the movie ever came out. And then once it came out, you could still talk about it for the next 6 months. It was great. I miss that version of life. And everyone could have a discussion about it. I miss that. I miss having real discussions about films. It just dies out way too quick, way too soon. All right. Let's go to the next one here. Whew, get me worked up. Sorry. Clark Ingleton says, which part of Australia would you visit? I couldn't tell you. Maybe Sydney? I don't know. To be honest with you, man, I'd probably rather visit New Zealand than Australia. It's close enough, but I'd rather go to New Zealand. I just think the landscape looks more magical and mystical. They filmed Lord of the Rings there. They still have actual they have an actual shire there with little hobbit villages set up, and that's where I would probably go. But maybe Sydney, Australia could be cool. But I'll tell you this. I just don't know if I could bring myself to get on a plane for 20 plus hours to go anywhere. I don't care where it is. I'm probably not going to get on that plane to do it. I'm supposed to go to LA in like a week for a Sony home theater expo. And I'm dreading that. I hate planes. I hate them. It just doesn't make any logical sense. It's like you're telling me I'm on this tube in the sky that I'm basically in a pop can, 35,000 feet in the sky with 300 other mouth-breathing people, and I'm supposed to just feel okay about this? Like we're just gliding through the sky with rickety wings on each side of it just dangling up and down like this. And everyone's just like, oh, this is fine. No, it's not fine. We're going to crash out of the sky any second now. It doesn't make any sense. All right. What I wish I could do, rather than get on a plane, I wish I could be medically induced into a coma. And then you could put my body in a very strong, structured box with a lot of padding. Basically, what I'm telling you to do is wrap me in bubble wrap, medically sedate me, ship me overnight to where I have to go. That's how I want to get there. That's how we should travel. Let's go to the next question. And the next one comes from Little Berate. Or is it Berit? Little Berit? Here it goes. Who needs enemies when you have friends like Stuckman? That's a statement. It's not... You know what it is in life. You know what makes a good friend, a reliable friend, somebody who's always there for you no matter what, the highs, the lows. You have to find friends that have a backbone, that will stay true to who they are no matter what. They won't pander and cater to someone else. You need someone with a soul and a backbone. And when you don't have two of those things, that takes away the human element. And when you don't have the human element, then the question is, what are you? A ghoul? A soulless entity that just simply exists? I don't know. Take that how you will. All right, Skylar Wheelock says, Jaws' 50th anniversary is this summer. Universal is planning something big to celebrate. Any plans for a retro review? Possibly in a pool with a toy shark? Holy shit, you're getting me excited. Woo! Just talking about that makes me want to whip out my little Jaws toy and jump in my neighbor's pool until they call the cops. It's not the first time they've done it, but it certainly will not be the last. So I forgot that Jaws was having their 50th anniversary coming up. That is cool, man. Well, I will tell you this. This summer, I could probably do a movie night for Jaws. Absolutely. And the thing is, I have a 20-foot inflatable screen that goes outside, and I could hook my projector up, do an outside movie night. Do I want to have a pool? I don't know. Maybe a slip and slide. That could be doable. But it sounds like a good time. Maybe I'll do that for a movie night this summer. It's not a bad idea, man. Daddy Needs to Chill says, John, it's time for Jaws in your pool number 2. I think you're right. It just might be. Yeah, man, that's not a... I'm glad you reminded me of that. That would be a pretty good idea. All right, the next one comes from... Daddy Needs to Chill says, do you ever feel like giving up and then joining the hippies, living in a tent, Clear skies, STDs. What is there not to love? Absolutely. Just freedom. I'll tell you this, though. In another life, there's a version of me that lives in a van. A nice van. It's all decked out. And I travel the country. And I just make vlogs out of this van. I shower and shit in the woods. That's the life I want to live. I'll keep it real with you guys. Lately, I have been watching a lot of van life videos on YouTube, and I love them. I love those types of videos. I love when dudes have like decked out vans with TVs. They're gaming in the back of their van. They're making food, and they're just traveling the country, making videos. And that to me is something I almost pulled the trigger on back in 2018. I almost did it. I just couldn't quite afford to buy the van and set it all up, and I didn't have the time to do it. But that's the one regret I have from like the past 10 years. I should have done van life videos. Could you imagine a guy like me living in the back of a van? Oh, God, it'd be great. All right, James Norton says, hey, John, have you ever seen the comedy Vice Principals on Max? Vice Principals on Max? I have not. What is this? Oh, Danny McBride, 2016. It has 2 seasons. So it's kind of like the same style of Eastbound and Down. I could dig on that. Oh, Walter Goggins is in it? High school vice principals out to take down the school's new principal in this comedy series. This sounds kind of cool. Is it good? Have you guys seen Vice Principals? Is it good? It has an 8 out of 10. I'm going to write it down. I'm adding it to the list. I dropped the list. I added it to the list. Okay, I'll check it out, man. Sounds cool. Little Getty says, van life doesn't sound fun. Oh, van life could be fun, man. You just got to make the most out of it. Like, if I did van life, I would have traveled all around. Now, I would have seen some magical and some of the things that nature has to offer, but I would have went around the country going to every cool, like, movie-related place. Like, I'll go see the Home Alone house. I'll go see the Shawshank Redemption prison. I'll go out to L.A. I'll go to cool movie theaters. Like, I would travel around making videos and just hanging out. And I could do movie reviews in the back of my van. And I could do vlogs. So, essentially, Flick Trips would be their own channel. Imagine that. That's $1 million idea. If anyone is a very wealthy supporter and you want to back my van life idea, please let me know. You can be an executive producer. I'll give you 20% of the entire cut for the rest of eternity. I just need a decked out van with a microwave in it and a flat screen TV. That's all I'm asking. All right, let's go to the next one here. And the next one comes from Robert Giachanto, who says, do you prefer clean shaven or a bush? You know, the older I get, how do I even say this? I like the 1990s version of ladies. Take that how you will. All right. I'm talking about Sharon Stone and Basic Instinct. All right, let's go to the next one here. Skylar Wheelock says, what's the most badass line in a movie history? My pick is, I ain't got time to bleed, from Predator. I'm a sexual Tyrannosaurus. That's probably the next one. The most badass line is, I don't know. Don't just look at it, eat it. Let's think of some badass lines. I mean, Hasta la Vista, obviously. That's one from Arnold. Oh, I know. If I had to pick the most badass line of all time, it's, I'm not a pervert. I just wanted a Turbo Man doll. That's badass. To be honest with you, I always liked, and this isn't necessarily the most badass line. Oh God, who says, oh God, something about ripping your head off? Every line that was given in Full Metal Jacket from the drill sergeant was pretty badass. I like J.K. Simmons in Whiplash. I like some of his line delivery. Give a retard a calculator, he'll try to turn on the TV. Yeah, that's a great. Here's a question for you guys. What is the most badass line ever given in cinema? Let me know that right now. I mean, we talked about Roddy Piper earlier. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. I'm all out of bubblegum. Steve Goldie says, say hello to my little friend. That is a good one. This is it. Don't get scared now. Kevin McAllister. Huh? Mackenzie Logan says, look up. I'm gumping. What the? Look up. I'm gumping it. You'll love it. It's called I'm gumping it. All right. I'm going to look it up. What is it? Should I look at the images? Oh, gumping it. Like, okay, not quite Forrest Gump, but pretty close. Yeah, you never want to go full Forrest Gump. Get to the chopper. Do it. Do it now. It's turbo time. Yeah. Here's looking at you, kid, from Casablanca. That's a good one. Okay, those are some good lines. All right, let's go to the next one here. Next one comes from Skylar Wheelock, who says, all of the ridiculous nonsense in Electric State, somehow the most crazy aspect of the film is Millie Bobby Brown trying to play a teenager. I think she's fine as like a young or an older teenager, or maybe a 21-something-year-old. I think she looked fine in that movie. I could buy her being a 20-year-old girl. I don't know if she was trying to be like 15 or whatever it was, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Dustin Rich says, were Bodie and Utah gay for each other? In my head, I like to think they were, but with a mutual respect, because it was about the spirit of surfing, and whatever happens out on the ocean sea on top of a surfboard doesn't count. No, you know what it was, man? That was a bromance. You got to respect it. They weren't gay. No. Even if they were gay, they were so manly they couldn't be. You know what I mean? Like, how do I look at this? No, they weren't gay. Come on. I was trying to play devil's advocate there and try to think of like the gayest scene between them. But really, I don't think there was one, man. Well, I guess when when Johnny Utah jumped out of the plane to skydive without a parachute to hug Patrick Swayze, that was pretty romantic if you think about it in a weird way. Come on, Bodie, pull it. Nah, you gotta drop the gun to pull it. We're both gonna die. 6 seconds, Johnny. No, but Johnny Utah did like Tyler in that movie, the chick who had a little boy's haircut. So that is saying something. But no. Now in Roadhouse, oh yeah, all the dudes were meeting in the bathroom in Roadhouse. Oh yeah, you want to see a scissor kick? Come to the bathroom, stall number 3. But hey, that's fine. Fine by me. Skylar Wheelock says, what was your favorite type of What was your favorite type of pizza to get at Blockbuster on Friday nights when you were a kid? When you'd get 2 movies and a game. I lived for Friday nights. Great times. Oh, absolutely, man. My parents would always I remember we would always get like Domino's pizza back then, because I think it was close to Blockbuster. And as far as the pizza that we would get, I'm sure we always got like pepperoni and a Works Supreme pizza. I always liked those. Oh, and the breadsticks. Oh, I'm so hungry right now. I could go eat anything. But yeah, probably that. Nothing too crazy. Mark Hickey says, John, if you're adding movies to your list, I think I have one for you. Cheap Thrills 2013. It's around 90 minutes, and I think you'll like it if you haven't seen it. Cheap Thrills? Cheap Thrills. That sounds familiar. Okay. Not cheap pickup trucks. Cheap Thrills. Cheap Thrills. A series of escalating bets sees recently reunited friends. Okay. It's got a 6.7. Cheap Thrills came out in 2013. Okay, it looks interesting. I'll favorite the page. I'll check it out. I'll watch a trailer later. I'll see if the trailer sells me. Kelly says, John, I want you in my movie. Okay, what is your movie? What role am I playing? Where does it shoot? You buy me a plane ticket and you pay me a per diem per day and you feed me some leftover pizza, I'll be in your movie, sure. All right, the next one comes from OK Buddy, who says, I am proud to say I had you on in the background my first time doing it with a female friend. Thank you, my good sir. Well, I'm glad that my voice helped the pace of that intimate encounter. And I like to think when I was making a very valid point about, I don't know, Point Break or Home Alone, that's when the climax happened. So, you're welcome. All right, let's go to the next one here. It's not getting weird at all. You'll never have to say thank you. All right. James Norton says, hey, John, I have to ask, who is Jason Statham's agent? Because every movie he releases relates to a mundane job. What's the job? I'm a butcher. I'm a beekeeper. I'm just an everyday Joe. What's the job? Yeah, Jason Statham's career reminds me of like Steven Seagal's career. Now, Jason Statham looks athletic, and I would much rather watch Jason Statham take a poop than watch Steven Seagal try to give one line of dialogue with his shitty little ponytail. But yeah, why is he just playing occupations? He's like the guy who comes out of some generic occupation to be a badass and save the day. That is it. That is what Jason Statham is doing now in Hollywood. And I guess it's like one genre that's working for him, but I guess divorced dads need movies to watch, don't they? But that's definitely like everything Jason Statham puts out is a movie that my dad and I would have watched if it was in theaters at the time. So I can't talk shit. I'm just putting it out there. I'm the plumber. All right, the next one comes from Neil McCauley says, what's your grocery routine like? That is funny you say that. We literally just went to the grocery store right before I shot this or started, before I pushed live tonight. And when I go to the grocery store, first and foremost, I don't know how to make meals. So all I do is buy bags of chips, salsa, tortilla chips, Gatorade, water, and then I'll buy like ice cream. I always buy frozen pizzas, and I buy breakfast sandwiches. And my go-to breakfast sandwich nowadays is the griddle pancake sandwich that has like sausage in the middle. Oh, it's so good. It's not as sweet or as disgusting as the McDonald's McGriddle. And it does sort of taste like cardboard, sort of, but it's damn good. I highly recommend it. All right. And the next part of your question, Neil, was, do you go weekly or just wing it? We try to go maybe once a week at most, or do like a pickup order, because I'm just at a point in my life where I hate going inside of the stores. And then the next part of your question was, just came back from HEB. It's a Texas grocery store, and bought for 3 days, and it was well over $200. Ridiculous, bro. Oh yeah, we went tonight. We bought enough food to eat for 2 days. And it was like $200. It's utterly disgusting. I don't know how people afford to live anymore. I really don't. Like, I'm just going to eat frozen pizzas the rest of my life. Like, a frozen pizza still costs like $5. Okay, that's fine. I'll just eat these. This is it. This is my meal I eat. I eat one frozen pizza a day. Fine. That's where it's getting. All right. Oh, we got a big question here from, is it Conch? Is it Conch? All right, Conch. Here we go, buddy. So thanks for the very generous question, and here it goes. Just watched you demolish the Joker 2 Blu-ray. Hope the weekend is treating you well, broski. You ever been to Phoenix? Well, thank you for that. Yeah, if you guys don't know what Conch is talking about, I don't know, 10 live streams ago, I took a drill to my Blu-ray copy of Joker 2. because it wasn't about the money. It's about sending a message. It's about saying screw you, because that's how I felt that movie treated everyone who liked the first Joker movie. But as far as the question goes, I have never been to Phoenix. I've never been to Arizona, to be honest with you. Nope, never been. I would like to go. Looks like a cool place. But once again, man, thanks for the question. Thank you so much. All right, the next one comes from... here we go. Just Cash Out says, "Hey, John, have you ever been to a theater where you were the only one in there? And if so, did you enjoy that more than having a packed theater?" Well, it really depends on the movie or the time of day, right? So I've shared this story before, and I'll share it once again. My wife goes to every movie with me. She loves movies, so she's always willing to go to see everything. And plus, we have the Regal Unlimited Pass, so like we pay $20 a month and we see everything we want. So I'd recommend doing that. So, but to answer your question, the one movie I can remember that was a really enjoyable experience to watch all by my lonesome was back in 2011. It was a cold, snowy, dark night. And I went to see the latest showing of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, the David Fincher film. And I remember getting popcorn, I had candy, I had snacks, and I went to this theater, walked in, no one was in there, dead. And I just remember immersing into this theater all by myself for like 2+ hours, and it was so glorious. It felt almost surreal and bizarre. And it kind of it made the movie almost that much more terrifying and suspenseful because it was kind of scary in this big dark theater. So that's one experience I quite enjoyed. But no, if I go to the theater, I don't mind being the only one in there. I prefer it. That's why I go out of my way to go to press screenings so often. Usually there's only like 5 or 6, maybe 10 people in there. And I love it. You don't have to worry about anyone being annoying. It's great. All right, the next one comes from Skylar Wheelock, who says, "If you could visit, play it in games, movies in Columbus, is it similar to Mega Replay? If you could visit, play it again in games." I actually did a flick trip going there in Columbus, man. I played again in games, I think. Yeah. I think I did a flick trip there. If you look at one of my flick trips from like 2020 or 2021, I think I have one going there. So check that out. It's smaller than Mega Replay is huge, man. That's a huge store in my town. So I have not found anything that comparable just yet. Big K Movies and Games says, "I miss 90s and early 2000s Disney's. They're embarrassing." Yeah, Disney nowadays with their live action movies, they're not getting better, are they? Now, keep in mind, I will talk about one live action movie I wouldn't mind seeing if it was done to perfection, and I highly doubt that it would be, but I would like to see it if it was done very well, and that is a modern day adaptation of The Sword in the Stone. I would like to see that because I love Merlin the Wizard. I love that time period, that medieval time period. I just would like to see that captured on the big screen. But I'm pretty sure they'll make some mediocre thing where Merlin the Wizard played by like, I don't know, who could play Merlin the Wizard that would completely take me out of it? Like Kevin Hart or something. I don't know. But even if they cast someone like Morgan Freeman, that'd be kind of cool. I could dig that. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, that's what I would like to see. But I can't remember the last great live action Disney movie I really enjoyed. But hey, we got Tron Ares coming out. That could be good. That's technically a Disney movie, isn't it? Excalibur remake. Okay. I know there's been a billion King Arthur movies, but there's never been a Sword in the Stone movie where you have Merlin doing magic stuff. Well, I guess technically there has, but I want one like the animated one. I want like an old kooky lady who lives in the woods turning into a big pink polka dot dragon, okay? I want the scene where they turn into squirrels and hang out and then turn into a little fish and swim. I want that scene. That's what I want. John, be in my action movie. Okay, I'll be in your action movie. My day rate is $6,000. Actually, it's not. It's $60 and frozen pizza. All right, the next one comes from Come on. The 50% Doctor Who podcast. And by the way, guys, I am answering all the questions. This says I'm about 19 minutes behind on the questions. So I'm doing my best to catch up, but we are getting there. So hang on tight. Must get annoying with all the Stuckman questions. I'll answer any question you guys put out there. I mean, if you want a more specific answer, ask it. That's all I'm saying. It's fine. People are just interested. You know, whenever you hang out with somebody and a lot of your hangout sessions are posted on YouTube, it only makes sense to have a general curiosity about why you're not hanging out anymore. I completely get it. I do. But you got to keep in mind, the last time I've hung out with that dude was like 2019. Like, think about that. That was 6 years ago. Keep in mind, that was 6 years ago. Roger something says, yes, the last night had Stanley Tucci as Merlin. Yeah, no thank you. Roger something also says, when I went to see Alien Romulus in IMAX, I was the only one in the theater. It was pretty cool. I wish I had brought something to smoke. Oh yeah, always take a gummy before a big movie, man. Oh, it'll blow you away, especially on IMAX. Ugh. You'll question the existence and reality that you live in. Josh, thanks for the super chat. No question though, man, but thank you, Josh. Skylar Wheelock back in again says, April 14th is only 3 weeks away. You, of all people, should do something special that day for American Psycho's 25th anniversary. Is that April 25th? I didn't know that was the 25 years ago. American Psycho's 25 years old. That's crazy. You know what's funny about that? You mentioned that. I did a live stream. It was one of my first live shows I did on this channel 5 years ago when American Psycho was 20 years old. And even the thumbnail has like a Patrick Bateman in it. That was 5 years ago? What? What just happened? What year is it? That feels like it was like 6 months ago. Time doesn't make sense anymore. Does anyone else agree? There's some kind of weird manipulation going on. Maybe it's in our drinking water. I don't know what it is. Or maybe it's the chemtrails up in the sky. But time does not feel as linear as it once did. There's no separation of time. It all blurs together. Am I the only one picking that up, or am I crazy? I don't know. I'll put my tinfoil hat on now, and we'll just keep answering questions. American Psycho has aged timelessly, absolutely. It really has. And the other thing is, when you make a movie set in a time period like the 1980s, because it's trying to capitalize on that time period and encapsulate it, that movie itself is now timeless. So in like 80 years, American Psycho will still feel timeless. The 2020s aren't real. I agree. The last 5 years are not real. Something happened. Something happened during the pandemic. And I don't know what it was, but there was a glitch in the Matrix that happened. And everything since then, we are on an alternative timeline. And I don't know if I like it, but we're on it. All right, the next one comes from Jason, who says, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Oh, I like the movie 21 as well. Good blackjack movie that I still don't know how to play blackjack. Dustin Rich says, you want to make a van life video, buddy? I'm parked outside. Hop in. I've already got a camcorder. The spots on the carpeting are just ketchup stains. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Never mind the zip ties and the plastic baggies over there and the shovel covered in dirt with linseed beside it. Jake Tammon says, yo, John, thoughts on The Incredible Hulk? Just rewatched it and it holds up. Well, not great movie, but better than the current MCU, and Hulk versus Abomination is fire. Dude, I like The Incredible Hulk. I've always stood up for that movie from 2008. Listen, it's not one of the better comic book movies, but it's an easy movie to watch when it's a rainy day outside. You want to eat some frozen pizza and you want to watch a mindless comic book movie that's not insulting? Watch The Incredible Hulk. Ed Norton gives a pretty good performance. I like the first act of the entire scene where it takes place in Brazil with is it favela village or whatever. I like that. And Abomination was actually a threat in that movie. I think that's a great time. I really do. And when you compare like the Incredible Hulk to some of the modern day MCU films, Captain America: Brave New World, you really appreciate it for what it was. For some odd reason, that movie made, what was that, 2008? So now it was like almost 17 years ago. It looks better, it's more captivating, and it's just a much more enjoyable ride to go on. You know what I mean? So I'm with you on that. I like The Incredible Hulk. It was the snap. It absolutely was, man. Something snapped. I really feel like Thanos won. He got all the Infinity Stones back in 2020, snapped his fingers, and something changed. I'm just putting it out there. All right, the next one comes from Avocado Balls Johnson. Did you miss my first super chat, or did I miss you reading it? Also, the most badass movie line is obviously, I used to F guys like you in prison. Oh my God, how could I forget that? How could I forget that? You're absolutely right. Yes, the scene in Roadhouse at the climax of the film where the villain looks at Patrick Swayze and he's like, I used to fuck guys like you in prison. It's like, damn, dude. Like, first of all, that's too much information, but I don't know how to take that. That's terrifying. It doesn't make you come across more tough, I would say, but also it is threatening. Like, that is scary to me. It's like, yeah, I thought I was just going to get my ass kicked, but not rammed in. So, absolutely a great line. And Avocado Balls Johnson, I don't think I missed any previous questions, but you had one about law-abiding citizen that I answered. Oh, here's one. Yeah, you're right. I did miss something here. I missed a few questions. I'm sorry, guys. Shit. Okay, here we go. Let's answer this one. I'm going to answer. If I miss your question, hang on. I'm getting to it. I promise you. Avocado Balls Johnson earlier said, ever watch old clips from Chris Hansen's to Catch a Predator on YouTube? Some of that stuff is more entertaining than modern day movies. Oh, I agree with you. There's nothing more I enjoy than How to Catch a Predator clips. Now, let me tell you something. You want to get dark? You want to get dark for a second? If you're on X, there are clips of like predator hunters that go around and catch like dudes looking for like 9-year-old little kids, and they meet them in Walmart parking lots or inside of Dollar Generals, and they beat the shit out of them. And some of these people deserve that, absolutely, but it's crazy, man, and it's terrifying to me. It's just like these people exist out there. But anyway, you want to get to the dark side of things? Look that up on X at some time. Just type in like Pred Hunter. Oh man, I lay in bed late at night watching that. I'm like, oh my God. It's like there's a few, like I had a gym teacher I'm just waiting to see pop up in one of those videos. Putting it out there right now. All right, the next one comes from I Just Woke Up, who says, what song would we be surprised that you had on your playlist? I go through phases. I go through some phases. I'm sure like there's probably, I mean, maybe on my Spotify, maybe I had like a Christina Aguilera song like Dirty on there or something. You know, those days you're just feeling a little crazy for some pop music from the late 90s. Something like that. I'm not saying it stays there forever. I'm just saying every once in a while I'll put some pop music on my playlist. Takes me back to a happy place. All right. I think I caught up on all those old questions there. Okay, let's go to the next one here. The next one comes from the Lion, who says, grrr. But what he really says is, Would you rather want a tree grow? Oh, all right. I see what you're going there, man. You almost got me. Good one. That's a good one. All right. Jason says, John, I figured out there's a hatch under the tongue. What are we talking about? If you pour water down, it hurts. It feels like a second set of lungs, so I started breathing out of it more and more. Now I breathe 3 times better than I ever have. Just passing along this important information. What are you talking? A hatch underneath your tongue? I don't know if... I think maybe just you have that extra hole inside of your mouth, sir. That's interesting. Maybe that is scientifically true. I don't know. It could make sense. It does make... Maybe that's there. We just never knew it. Well, thank you for that insight. Jason also says, John, I'm in love with you and want to run away with you to Mexico. Young Gun style. Come on, let's be pals. You want to be some... Listen, if you want to become regulators and work on the ranch of an old man, I'm willing to do it any day. I really am. I would love to run away on horses down to Mexico. The regulators. Oh, God. I just know I would die in my first shootout, though. I just know I would. I would get shot, and it would get infected, and I would die. A slow death. All right, the next one comes from Jason again. Yo, bro. What up, Mo? Watching, doing bub. What the fuck are you... What are you saying? Anyway, want to chill or what, yo-yo? Hit me back, kill a life ward out. Jason, I like you, man. You speak my language. John, I lost my keys down the toilet, and a rabbit came in the room and drove in to get the keys. I followed it, John, and dear God, there's a toilet world, John, filled with toilet rabbits, and that's some shit. Jason, you have clearly smoked too much hydroponics tonight, and that's fine by me. But I will tell you this, speaking of rabbits jumping down toilets, I have a chipmunk that I've seen in my backyard for the past year. Now, I'm not a murderer, and I don't want to kill this chipmunk, but I do want to remove it from my backyard. And that's the conundrum I'm in. He lives under my deck patio box, where I keep all my cushions and stuff in it for outside. And he lives under this, and he's dug many holes. And no matter what I do, I can't get rid of him. There was one day where I was like, okay, if I pee all around this area, maybe my scent will scare him off. So I was peeing in my backyard every day for a month straight. Didn't do anything. I just looked crazy. I'm very aware of that. So I don't know how to eradicate him from my backyard. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that with all of you. Let's go to the next question. And the next question comes from Avocado Balls Johnson once again, who says, Steven Seagal looks like he looks like what? Oh, he looks like he has bad breath. Yeah, I could see that. Like, it smells like beef jerky and gasoline. Milla MS says, have you ever met someone so beautiful she's taken and you don't think you'll find someone else like that again? I mean, that's life, man. I'm married now, so no, I'm good. I put all that to bed. I'm good. I'm with who I was meant to be with, I assure you. So I feel like oddly enough, every up and down throughout life led me to where I was supposed to be. So I'm grateful for that. But I get the feeling. Did you have a missed opportunity and now you're kicking yourself in the ass for it? There'll be plenty more, I promise you. Just keep swiping. All right, Jason back again. Let's see what kind of nonsense he has to say this time. Tell me the first thing that comes to mind when you read these words. The breasts are touching you. They feel like feet. The smell is pure butter. Mama home. Hide the tram sauce, spud. What the fuck what is that from? I don't know. Those sound like endearing, wise words. I don't know. For some reason, when I close my eyes, I think of a hot, humid house from 1997, and it's summertime out. But other than that, I don't know what else I'm supposed to feel. The next question comes from Adrian Boyle, who says, John, What were the PRs when you were gymming? My bench, I never tried to go super crazy on a bench. I always did more incline benching than I did flat bench, just because flat bench always hurt my shoulders and I didn't like it. But like a flat bench, I could do like 315 for like a rep. That's the most I ever tried. But like on inclining, I never tried to max it out. So I would put like 220 on it or 245 on it. And I could rep that shit out like 10, 12 times. I even have a video, so believe me when I say it. So I didn't really look for PRs. I never looked. My thing with the gym was I looked at what was in the mirror and if that was how I wanted it to look and was that expanding and getting bigger. And by bigger, I meant, did I become a big veiny cock? Yes, I did. So I never really focused on like PRs. I would just have like a routine and I would hit it and keep it that way. And the thing with me, when it comes to weight, like if I put 220 on the bench, I wasn't looking to go to like repping out 320 or 500. My goal was like, how many times can I put this weight up over and over again? That was always my motto. It wasn't about like doing it just once. How many times can I rep this? Because in my opinion, repetition is what builds money. Well, I don't think it's even an opinion. I think it's a scientific fact. It's the repetition that will build the muscle, not just one PR. I didn't give a shit about that. Like, oh, hey, I can deadlift 500 pounds. That's cool. Look at my biceps. It doesn't matter how much I can lift. It looks like I can lift a lot. That was my motto. So take that how you will. The next one comes from Michael Witherspoon, who says, "Hey, John, sorry if I'm late. You can never be late. Just show up. That's all I ask. I'm never able to catch you live. Quick question. If you had to be stuck in a room with one person for a week straight, would it be Austin Butler as Sweaty Elvis or the Pigeon Lady, but no pigeons around?" Oh, definitely Austin Butler. Probably Austin Butler. Now, is he insufferable? Would I smack the taste out of his mouth and say, "Stop the fake accent, you pretentious douchebag"? Yes, I probably would. But at least that room wouldn't smell like human excrement. So, yeah, no. I wouldn't want to be in a 5-mile radius of the Pigeon Lady. Okay? We'll put it like that. But thanks for joining me, man. Hiram Lavonis, how's it going, buddy? Says, does it make you sad when an actor you really enjoy on screen is a tool in real life? But you have to understand the majority of Hollywood actors are pretentious, soulless douchebags that you wouldn't like if you ever met them in real life. And the same thing goes for the majority of the YouTubers that you watch. I promise you, if you met some of these people you watch and you talk to them for 10 minutes, you'd realize, you probably don't like them as much as you thought you did. But I think that goes with everyone in the public eye. You know, I don't get me wrong. I think there's a lot of great people that might exist in Hollywood or on YouTube. But what was the question? Oh, yes. My thing is when it comes to movies, unless this actor has done something completely unspeakable, I can usually separate the art and the artist from real life. And I think that's the best way you should look at certain things or movies. Like Kevin Spacey. Okay, he was doing some creepy shit, you know. He was trying to groom some people, but I still like American Beauty. I still think that's a great performance. So, sexy hoodie, John. Well, thank you for that. This is my go-to hoodie. I wear this almost every day in my life. I should probably get another one as a backup. But this is like literally the most comfortable hoodie I own. It's loose, it feels good, but I like the way it moves and the way it looks. I'd like to get some more hoodies like this, to be honest. Daddy Needs to Chill says, YouTubers are sometimes the worse than actors. A lot of them are antisocial people. Oh, they absolutely are. There's so many people, and I'll put it like this. There's a lot of people you watch on YouTube that talk about specific topics on certain things, and they sound so knowledgeable. They sound like they know what they're talking about. And then you meet them in person, and it's like pulling teeth to get them to share a real opinion or any insight on anything. It's really bizarre. It really is. It's like you meet these people that love a certain thing, but in real life, it's like they can't be bothered with it. I completely understand what you're saying. A lot of people who do YouTube for a living, they are very awkward in person. I would say a lot of them are slightly on the spectrum to some degree. And maybe that's why they talk to a camera and not other human people. And maybe I can blame myself for that. But in all reality, I am antisocial. But if you put me in a situation, I can be very sociable. It's just my battery gets drained very quickly. You know what I mean? That's my thing. So yeah. Roger something says, I think Alfred Hitchcock had a good take on actors. What was his take? Don't just leave us hanging. The next one comes from Michael Witherspoon, who says, gosh, I miss Robin Williams and Patrick Swayze. As do I, man. As do I. They remind me of different versions of my father, and every time I watch one of their films, it puts me in such a happy place. I can almost cry. We really don't have stars like that now. We really don't have those stars that have a relatability to them that you just love watching. Like I've said this before, Patrick Swayze was very much like my father. Very similar. They kind of looked the same. If you squinted, my dad looked like Patrick Swayze. Even had the same hairdo. Kind of a mullet from the 1980s. Oh yeah, absolutely. So every time I watch a Patrick Swayze movie, it's kind of like, it gives me a weird feeling. And that's sort of why the reason I can't watch the movie Ghost. It just hits too hard, man. All right, the next one comes from Zach Keel, who says, there was a girl on her phone buying new Jordans during my screening of Snow White. I almost enjoyed watching that more than watching the movie. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I would have rather watched somebody watch a YouTube video in the theater than watch Snow White, you know? In all reality, no, that would piss me off. But John R. says, what specifically happened with Stuckman? Details. Just a falling out of sorts. How do I say it? I don't know how to put it in words, to be honest with you. Just, I don't even know if we didn't have a disagreement. Nothing specifically happened between me and Stuckman. Nothing specifically happened there. It involved somebody else that I was sort of dating at the time that was friends with Stuckman. And then this whole slew of things happened after that to where I think there was a misunderstanding and that was it. You know what I mean? I think that was it. That was it. Nothing crazy. And I've tried to touch base a few times and we've talked. If you want the inside scoop, I'm giving it to you now. It's like nothing happened. We've had conversations and but I don't know, man. That was it. I don't know. Sorry if that was vague, but I'm just, that was more or less it. There was no real falling out. That's the truth. And then, a couple years later, Stuckman was like another human being. He was like a dude. I don't even know who that is. I literally, when I watch his videos, I don't know who that guy is. So was that fulfilling enough? Was that fulfilling enough? All right. Skylar Wheelock says, John, it was all a dream. None of this ever happened. You just woke up. WrestleMania 17 is about to start, and you have a feeling it's going to be a good one. Oh, I'm looking forward to WrestleMania. Oh, WrestleMania 17. I thought you were talking about 41. Oh, man, if I could go back to, like, being in 7th grade or 8th grade again, I don't know if I'd want to relive everything again. That sounds like going through high school again sounds like hell. I'd rather just be where I'm at now than have to go redo that again. That wasn't as much fun as I had in high school. I don't think any of it was justifiable or fun enough to go back and do it again. Now, if I could go back to like 2014 again, maybe that's a button I'd push on that DeLorean. Wife's friend is a friend with his ex. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It goes back to the thing of like having a backbone. You know what I mean? It's human evolution to have a backbone. Without it, you're not human. All right, Murph says, hey, John, have you ever seen Strangeland? It has Dee Snider playing Buffalo Bill, still psycho. I think you would like it. Strangeland? I have never seen that. I will watch a trailer at some point later on, man, but I have never seen it. All right, the next one comes from Just Cash Out, who says, hey, John, have you ever watched the movie 13? I have started watching that movie. It's about like two teenage girls, and it's kind of like raw and gritty. It looks like it was shot with like, I don't know if it was shot with like a very grainy film stock or early DV video, but if that's the movie we're talking about, I have been meaning to finish that for like a long time, and I did start watching it. So I have not watched all of it. I watched, for the first time, and I forgot to mention it, it was called, I forgot what this was called. What is this movie called? It's called it's called The Fundamentals of Caregiving or something like that. Is that what it was called? It came out in like 2016. Yeah, The Fundamentals of Caring. That's the movie. It has Paul Rudd in it. And I put out a little post about it on X a couple weeks ago. I had never seen it. My wife watched it and she's like, I think you'll like this. And that was a good little hidden gem to watch. So if you haven't seen The Fundamentals of Caring, it's a nice little heartfelt road trip movie with some comedy. There's a kid that has this disease and he's in a wheelchair, but he's sort of an asshole. And Paul Rudd plays Paul Rudd. It's a nice little movie. I think you should check it out. Roger something says, I don't think people should really put too much stock in actors. Their job is to be different people. If you want to be a big star or end up, that's because they think you deserve to be up there. Yeah, you have to understand the thing about actors are you have to be able to act in a role, but also at the core of who you are, is there ever going to be a real genuine thought or emotion that you express? Like if you can act and you're such a phenomenal actor and you play all these roles, what is the real version of you? Is it a real version or is it disingenuous? And that's how I look at actors. I really do. That's why when I go like interview an actor, I don't have this weird fandom towards them. I'm not like, oh my God, they're just people playing other people. And at the end of the day, this is a job. They don't want to fucking be here. They don't want to talk to you. They just want to like get their check and go home, like more or less. And that's how I look at celebrities and actors. That's how I've always looked at them. Now, there are some genuine actors and people out there. And the best ones are people who had the same personality before they got famous and have the same personality now after they're famous and are millionaires. And one person to me that has that is like someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, he seems like the same dude he always was. He doesn't hold back. He kind of just tells you what he's thinking. He is who he is. That's like the kind of celeb that I enjoy. All right, let's go to the next one here. Or Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd just seems like the nicest guy who's ever existed. All right, let's go to the next one. Dustin Rich says, name a more badass movie character than Wesley Snipes' Blade, if you can. More badass than Wesley Snipes' Blade? I don't think you can. That opening scene in 1998 with the techno vampire party. Oh, in the showers. Oh, God. You think you can roll with this? Oh, I love me some Wesley Snipes' Blade, man. I don't think I can. I mean, maybe Dalton from Roadhouse, but I think Wesley Snipes could probably kick... maybe. Yeah, maybe you can. I don't know. I was trying to think of a more badass character than that. I really can't. You're right. Stitch Jones says, if you're Bob Iger, would you rather give Snow White a theater release, drop on Disney Plus, or cancel it for the tax write-off? Well, it's already been released, so... is it doing good at the box office? I don't think it's doing all that good. I don't know. I would have probably never greenlit the movie based on the original screenplay, to be honest with you. But then again, who knows? I probably would have just made it a tax write-off after watching it. But can I tell you one movie that was hidden from humanity? The Batgirl movie from Warner Bros. I want to see that. There was some rumors and speculation that it might be released or leaked at some point, but I would like to see that tax write-off of a movie. Am I the only one? Daddy Needs to Chill says, John, how can you talk about movies, but you've never seen Sharknado? I've seen clips of Sharknado, and that is sufficient enough. I have a sixth sense on certain movies, if I should even watch them. And typically, it's pretty accurate, and that's just one of them. Roger something says, you tell Frost it's open season on all you suckheads. That is a great Blade line. It made $43 million this weekend. It'll make its money. Who are we? It's a Disney IP movie. It'll make its money, but it doesn't deserve to. All right, Elliot Cecil says, rewatching Penguin and realizing how perfect it is. I never watched all of the Penguin series, man. I know. I'm sorry. I watched the first 2 episodes. I watched the final episode, and to be honest with you, I felt like I didn't miss much in the middle. I'm like, okay, this all feels like exactly what I... Like, the twist at the end was nice. It made Penguin feel like a real villain, but I just didn't want to watch 8 episodes to get to that. I really didn't. I just didn't. I'm weird when it comes to superhero or villain TV shows from comic books. I just feel like sometimes they drag out the obvious points a little too long. Like, I like Daredevil, but gosh, does it not drag out certain plot points? Like, did you need 3 episodes of this? In the movie, this would have been 25 minutes. It's like, it's not as complex as you're trying to make it feel. So sometimes I feel like comic book shows get dragged out for the sake of being dragged out to be multiple episodes. Smith Jones says, you missed my first question. Also, why is every Jason Statham film like Transporter, Beekeeper, and now A Working Man the same premise? Well, Stitch, I answered that exact same question early on, man. What's the job? I'm a DoorDash delivery driver. Do you want fries with that? Yeah, I agree. And Stitch, I think I answered all your questions, man. I think I see them all on here. I answered them all. It's just taken a little while to get to all the questions. I think that's the holdup here. All right. The next one comes from Coach once again. How's it going, Coach? Man, you're killing it tonight. Okay. As all, you guys are killing the live show. Thank you guys so much for the questions. I was going to do this live show on my main channel tonight, but I was like, you know what? We'll do that next week. Okay, I want the OGs to come and enjoy this one. All right, so Coach, here it goes. You ever heard or seen the movie called The Lobster featuring Colin Farrell? I have. You might remember it from such films as in Bruges and Seven Psychopaths. Troy McClure reference. Can I tell you something about all those Colin Farrell movies? I'm not the hugest fan. I know they're great. I know people enjoy them. But for me, something about that, like, is it Scottish or Irish dry wit? A little bit goes really far with me. But I have seen Seven Psychopaths. I have seen In Bruges. I have not seen The Lobster. Something about it did not look all that appealing to me. And I know people love it. Maybe I'm the odd man out on that, but it's just one of those things that just never really drew me to it. But thanks for the question, Coach. Yes, you're weird, John. Well, damn it. Jason Statham as a DoorDash driver could be a good SNL skit. Oh, Jason Statham working like a drive-through line would even be a better skit. You want fries with that? You know, like, fuck yeah. I want to watch that movie. All right, the next one comes from... come on. All right. I just woke up says, would you ever do some fast food review videos? I think you would have fun with those, like Report of the Week, but more extreme. It's Report of the Week running on empty. I guess I could. I could do some random little vlog videos of going to McDonald's and eating some food or what have you. That's not a bad idea. I don't know if I would want to dedicate my channel to it. That's the thing. There's so many things I want to do, but it's hard to put all those into one place. Believe it or not, people on the internet do not like variety. They don't. If you have a movie channel, you step outside of movies, people don't like that shit. You have a food review channel and you don't do anything besides food reviews, people don't like that shit. So it's sort of hard to have a variety channel on the internet. That's the thing about it. And I'm one of those people that would rather do that. All right. But that's not a bad idea. You know, if they have something cool that gets released at McDonald's or what have you, I would like to go do it. Or like a cool Happy Meal toy that relates to a movie. Maybe I can go. Milla MS says, seen Southland Tales, so ugly yet beautiful film. Southland Tales. I was thinking of Bronx Tale from 2006. Is this Sarah Michelle Gellar in this movie? What the fuck is this? Oh, it has The Rock in it? A sci-fi comedy movie? I don't think I've ever sat down and watched this. It has a 5.3 in IMDb. Yeah, I probably never watched it, man. I know what you're talking about, though, now. All right, the next one comes from TJ McIntyre, who says, have you watched Adolescence on Netflix? No, I have not. My wife has watched it. I know it's a great show. I'm going to get around to watching it. I am looking forward to it. And I've heard about the one-take sequences that take place, which that's the kind of filmmaking I enjoy. And I really respect things like that. Also, there was a cool one-take scene in the Netflix series Monsters about the brothers who murdered their parents. And they had that one scene where he's talking to his lawyer in the interrogation cell. And I thought that was a great scene. So, yeah, this is the kind of show I want to watch. I just have not got around to watching it yet. The Menendez brothers. That's who I was thinking about. Anyway, it's like a 4-hour play with brilliant acting. It left me in ruins. Great to see top quality TV shows again. Yeah, I need to check it out. Jake Tamman here says, John, thoughts on Thor 1. I think it's the best Thor movie. Best acting, directing, tone, and the look of the character is the most serious out of the other Thor films. So when it comes to the first Thor movie, I don't feel like it holds up all that well, and it definitely feels like one of the early MCU films. And when you look at it now, it almost feels so bare bones, which I can almost appreciate, but it also has like Kat Dennings in it. And then the thing I remember most about it, when you say directing style, were all the Dutch angles that were in the film that felt so out of place. It's like the guy who directed that movie directed like, I think they directed some other art house movie or some Shakespearean movie. And they're like, oh, it's a comic book movie. Put Dutch angles in it. The first Thor to me doesn't really hold up, to be honest. And I never really have the urge to rewatch it. And I feel like I think I have it on 4K Blu-ray back there, and I'll probably never watch it. Now, my favorite Thor movie is Thor Ragnarok. And I think the thing is, that was before Taika Waititi got too self-indulgent with things like Thor Love and Thunder, where the humor felt like it felt right for the movie, the vibe of it. I like that it had the World War Hulk theme going on in it. So I like Thor Ragnarok. I just think that has the most rewatchability. So yeah, the first Thor to me, man, the last time I watched it, I kind of was not into it. And then he doesn't have his powers for like half the movie, and he's just standing around talking to Jane Foster, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Adrian Boyle says, is Pain and Gain The Rock's only good movie? No. You think Pain and Gain's The Rock's good movie? No. That movie was so tone deaf, it's disgusting. And keep in mind, that's a movie based on real life events. All those gruesome things happened, and then you had Michael Bay trying to make fart jokes out of it. No, I don't think Pain and Gain's The Rock's best movie. I do say this about Pain and Gain, though. There are moments in that film where I enjoy it, but it becomes so Michael Bay-ish, where it's like, I can't look at this oversaturated mess of a movie. Like all the scenes where Mark Wahlberg and them are working out. Hey, you got to get a pump. I like things like that. But everything else, I did not. What is the Rock's best movie? I mean, I still think The Rundown is maybe The Rock's best action movie. But he does have a new movie coming out where he plays Mark Kerr. Is that the UFC's? Oh God, Wrecking Machine, right? The Smashing Machine, yeah. So one of my most anticipated movies this year is The Smashing Machine. It's directed by Benny Safdie, who directed like Good Time. So you know it's gonna have like this gritty, raw, visceral vibe to it, and also Hidden Gems. So yeah, it's about Mark Kerr, the UFC fighter, and I'm hoping that's The Rock's best performance he's ever given. I hope it goes down in this movie because when you look at I'll show it to you. Hang on. Let's check it out together. All right. So here it is. Look at The Rock right here in this. Like he's got prosthetics on. It does, like The Rock, this is a role he was meant to play, but it doesn't look just like The Rock. He actually has to play another person. So I'm hoping this right here will be his best performance. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah, just look at that. It's crazy. All right, let's go to the next one here. And the next one comes from, oh gosh, where am I at? Here we go. Your source says, have you seen Wreck, best zombie found footage film? I did see that originally when it came out. I don't remember specifically all the details about that. I remember sort of liking it, but it never stood out to me. But, speaking of zombies, did you guys see the new trailer for 28 Years Later? Holy shit. Every new trailer I see of that movie, the better it's looking with each new trailer. I just saw the new trailer last night before Magazine Dreams. And dude, it looks good. Like, I'm looking forward to that. Danny Boyle, give it to me now. V-Chet says, Furiosa and Bike Riders are so underrated. Do Tom Hardy? What? I liked Furiosa. I think it's definitely less than the Mad Max Fury Road as far as it kind of has like, it's a good sequel, but it's like, I wish you would have told a different story. The Bike Riders, I did not like that movie. With Austin Butler, I did not like it. I wanted to like it, but it's just like, Tom Hardy's accent in that movie. How did he talk? How did Tom Hardy talk in Bike Riders? Hey, you know, you could do this if you want to do it, you know? Some shit like that. I don't know. I just wasn't into it. And then you had Austin Butler being all pretentious. Ugh. The movie guy says, what are your thoughts on Carl Urban being cast as Johnny Cage? Oh, I'm okay with that. That's fine by me. That sounds good to me. My only hope is when it comes to this new Mortal Kombat movie, it's good. Okay? I've been waiting since 1995 for a good Mortal Kombat movie, and I haven't gotten it yet. Now, some people like that last movie that came out in 2020, and for me, that just felt like such a waste of potential. But I am looking forward to the new Mortal Kombat movie. I just don't feel like they're going to give us what we want to see, or at least what I want to see. Please don't throw in some generic character in there I don't care about. And the fact that Carl Urban is playing the main character and the movie will revolve around Johnny Cage as like this B-rate action star, I think that's kind of cool. I'm cool with that. So I'm just hoping everything that happens around that, and I'm hoping they actually have a Mortal Kombat tournament, unlike the first movie where it was just some guy named Cole hanging out and getting into fights with Goro in a garage. Like, what was that all about? I don't know. So I am looking forward to it. Toki Boy 92 says, John, hope the live streams are going well. Do you have any hobbies that involve collecting? I've recently started collecting Pokemon cards, and it's costing me hundreds of dollars. But doing so makes me feel good about who I am and what I'm doing in life. And once again, thank you for that. I love when people remember sayings I've been echoing out for 15 years. It does mean a lot, man. And that's cool. My thing is, here's the thing. Is it affecting your life in any way? Spending these hundreds of dollars? And if it does make you feel good about your life and what you're doing, then you can't put a price on that. So I stand by that. And I give it my full-fledged recommendation. Keep going. Keep going. I hope you find that Charizard card one day. Is that even still valuable? I know nothing about Pokemon cards. Besides buying movies, as far as like collecting anything, besides human heads that I put in my basement? Not really. I don't really collect anything. I'm scratching my brain to think of, do I collect anything? Not really, man. My go-to was always buying movies and collecting movies. Yeah, no, I don't really specifically collect anything. I'm always on the lookout for something cool and something retro. Like if I see something like from the 1990s or 1980s that's kind of like a cool display piece I can put on a shelf or hang it up on a wall, I would collect stuff like that, like vintage retro stuff. Stuff like that's what I collect. So other than that, not really. Your sir says, have you seen Martyrs or Lake Mungo yet? I have not seen either yet, man. I have it on my to-do list, and I'm going to write it on this to-do list as well so I don't forget it. Martyrs, Lake Mungo. Okay, I wrote it on the list. I know you've been telling me to watch that, and everyone's been telling me to watch both those. At some point, I will. And if you guys if I have any members here in the chat, feel free to chime in now. I'm trying to read everything in the normal chat. If I missed it, sorry. But if you guys want to type in stuff in the normal chat, I will get to it as soon as I possibly can. All right, the next one comes from Just Cash Out says, John, do you ever go to screenings of older movies? I can't think of anything lately. I have been to screenings of older movies. I have. I've seen like Jurassic Park. I've seen Star Wars. I've seen Titanic. So occasionally I go to screenings of older movies if they justify the big screen experience. And I would like to go to some like screenings of older movies if they played at like drive-thrus or something. Or not drive-thrus. Yeah. You go to McDonald's, here's Jurassic Park. You just sit here for 2 hours and watch it. Did you wait on your Big Mac? No. I'm talking about drive-ins. But I know Ninja Turtles is re-releasing to the theater, and I have a buddy who loves that, and I don't mind dressing up like Raphael and going to watch that. Like, I would do something like that, for sure. Like, just drinking a mountain, like a green Mountain Dew, watching Ninja Turtles in the theater. Oh, sounds like a good time. Sneak some pizza in there. Nashafuian Aska. You guys know I can't read, but here it goes. I'm sorry I butchered your name, man. Most disappointing film ever, Love from Iran. Well, thanks for that, man. Most disappointing movie ever. I'm trying to think of like... It's always my go-to answer, but I gotta stick with it. It's Point Break. When they first announced, like, so first and foremost, years before the 2015 Point Break movie came out, I was one of those nerds reading Reddit forums and the Yahoo movie board discussions. And I remember there was this concept for an upcoming Point Break remake, but they were going to call the movie Heat Seekers. And it was about a group of bank robbers who did all these big heists. And they would... During their heist, they would use like wingsuits or parachutes or helicopters and shit like that. And it sounded awesome. And that's not quite what we got. And when I saw that remake, I just knew from the first trailer it would be bad. So that's one of the more disappointing movies. Every modern day Terminator movie that's come out for the last like 10 years, like Terminator Genesis and whatever the other one was called. What was that new one called with the girl who had the little boy haircut? Terminator. Oh, God, I hated it. Anyway, those are some disappointing movies to me. I'm trying to think of something else that was really disappointing. Yeah, Batman v Superman, slightly disappointing. I can't lie to you. I wanted to love it, and there's like moments in the movie that I like, but when you watch the whole movie as a conclusive film... Sucks. It sucks. It's a fucking mess, isn't it? Terminator Dark Fate. Oh my God. Yes, it was so dark that I removed that movie from my brain. I just remember when Arnold was now installing children's drapery and it was like, oh, what a funny joke. Like, oh, I hate that. I hate what they're doing with modern day movies. In the first like 5 minutes of the movie, they killed John Connor, just retconning everything that was great about T2 Judgment Day and the sacrifice that they made in that movie. Salvation, I will say, is a guilty pleasure, but I think Sam Worthington's performance in that nearly ruins the movie. I'm just putting it out there. Fair enough? But I like Christian Bale as older John Connor. This is John Connor. If you're hearing this, you are the resistance. Keep fighting. I love that. Okay, the next one comes from Libby Films, who says, going to a con, I'm meeting Martin Sheen, John Carpenter, Brian O'Halloran, and Jerry Trenier this weekend. I'm excited. Have you met any of them? No, I have not met any of them. Brian O'Halloran, that's the Clerks guy, right? Yeah, I have not met any of them. No, but have fun with that, man. Martin Sheen's going to be there at a con? That's surprising. Huh. That's cool, man. Have fun. Yeah, I don't go to a lot of cons. I really don't. And every time I see actors or celebrities at those cons, I never necessarily like, how do I say this? It's not that I want to meet them. I just want to get a picture and then leave, because I just feel like they're so rushed with saying, hi, how are you? Shake your hand and then you leave. Like if I meet a celebrity, I want to do it in a broke down elevator where we have to talk to each other for 8 hours. I want a real conversation, but I've never met any of them. So have a good time, man. Dustin Rich says, did you enjoy Swenson's when you lived in Akron, Ohio? Swenson's was okay. Now, Swenson's is this drive. You basically eat in your car. You pull up to this restaurant. It's very old fashioned. Some guy comes out to your car, takes your order, and then brings your food out, and you eat it in the car. That's what Swenson's is. It's a drive up restaurant. It was good. It was okay. The hamburgers and chicken sandwiches were just fine. I liked their milkshakes, but it was a cool place to go because I remember it was open so late. So yeah, I did go there quite often when I first moved there. But the thing is, the one place I started going to more often was Get Go. I used to go to the Get Go gas station where I ate probably 98% of my meals when I lived in Ohio. Because the cool thing was with this gas station, it's made to order food. So they're open 24 hours a day. You go into this gas station, and keep in mind, it's not like a junky little gas station. It's like a huge gas station. And then you go to the screen and you order everything you want. And they have like 1,000 things you can order: milkshakes, ice cream, hamburgers, sandwiches, curly fries, hash browns, breakfast food, breakfast sandwiches. You name it, they have it, right? And they make it when you order it. And I used to go there because I was a night owl. I would always go to Get Go at like 2 o'clock in the morning and order like 3 or 4 sandwiches to eat. And then I'd order breakfast and I'd take it home, put it in the fridge, and eat it the next afternoon when I woke up. That was my life for a very long time. And then also another place that's similar to that are places called Quick Trips. Great gas station. Highly recommend it. All right, let's go to the next one here. Stitch Jones says, your best and worst Charlie Sheen film. Oh, shit, man. Where do you even start with that? Charlie Sheen, though, isn't he like a human piece of excrement, though? Like, have you heard all the rumors about him, like, taking advantage of, like, yeah. Anyway, favorite Charlie Sheen movie? I mean, oh, God. There's the War movie that he was in. Hang on. Yeah. Platoon might be his best movie. There's also, what is this called? It's called Chase. Charlie Sheen movies. Okay, so let's look this up. It certainly wasn't 2.5 Men. Okay. Have you guys ever seen the Charlie Sheen movie called Chase? I think that's what it's called. It has Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers in it. I always liked that movie growing up. They always played it on HBO. He basically gets in this car chase, and Christy Swanson is in it as like a kidnapped victim. And it's like the whole movie's just a car chase Check it out sometime. It's not what I would call a good movie, but it's just pure mid-1990s mayhem. Yeah, it's called The Chase. Here, I'll show you guys. Let's pull up some of these Charlie Sheen movies, shall we? Because I know that's what you guys all came here for. Yeah, so we got... Okay. So we got The Chase that we just talked about right there. And then we have, let's see, Major League, The Rival. Money Talks is super underrated. I love Money Talks. Corbin Dallas. I like that. Oh, Three Musketeers. Now that just might be my favorite Charlie Sheen movie. I might just go with Three Musketeers. Yeah, I'm going to go with Three Musketeers. Yeah. Chris O'Donnell playing D'Artagnan and Charlie Sheen in there. Oh, God, that's a good time. Tim Curry plays the evil priest guy. Oh, such a good movie. I remember seeing Three Musketeers in theaters. Oh, what a vivid childhood memory. And then I almost choked to death after the movie. True story. Shared it many times. All right, the next one comes from Nushafarin Ashkua. I'm trying, man. I'm trying my best. UFC fan? If yeah, who are some of your faves? I like UFC. I do watch it with my friends every once in a while when there's a pay-per-view on. I couldn't tell you, like, is his name Don Jones or Nathan? Not Nathan Jones. Is it Don Jones or who's the guy that's the badass? I know nothing about UFC. I can't keep up with it, but I do watch it. I don't keep up with it, but I do watch it. I haven't really watched UFC religiously since like Brock Lesnar was in it. And then you had like Chuck Liddell, fighters like that. I don't keep up with anything modern with it, but if it's on, I'll check it out. Conch back at it again, man. Thank you so much, man. You're too nice to me. You guys are all too good to me. Why are you so good to me? All right. Conch says, much appreciate your channels, Mr. John. We're both 80s kids, so a lot of your takes are super relatable to me. I think I remember you said you liked sitcoms. Any thoughts on Frasier, Letterkenny, or BoJack Horseman? Man, oh man, I've never watched Letterkenny or BoJack Horseman. I've never watched either of those. I know almost nothing about either one of those sitcoms. Now, Frasier, I occasionally watched, but that was also very, like, Frasier to me was almost too adult. Like, I was never, like, middle-aged white guy enough to watch Frasier as a kid. But, like, don't get me wrong. I watched sitcoms like Roseanne quite a bit. Always loved that. The best representation of my life growing up was the show Roseanne. That is almost too accurate at times. I relate to it quite often. But I watch Married with Children. You know what I miss about sitcoms? The middle-class dysfunctional family. That's what I miss most. I miss that. Boy Meets World was something I always watched. I watched Seinfeld as a kid. And even when I was a stupid little kid, for some reason, Seinfeld was just like, it relaxed me when I watched it. So those are a few I always watched. But thanks for the question again, man. Yeah, I was born in the late 80s, but I'm more of a 90s kid, I would say, you know. All right, the next one comes from Lee B. Films. How's it going, man? Would you rather have Nick Cage and Mark Wahlberg in a buddy cop movie or a Transformers movie? Ooh, Nick Cage fighting robots? Hey, Optimus, what are you going to do? You want to see Starscream or something? You know what? I'd rather have them in a buddy cop movie. I don't need them fighting robots. Yeah, put Mark Wahlberg and Nick Cage in a buddy cop movie. I'll take it. Hey, Nick, what are you doing over there? I'll come over there and smash your face in. I promise I'll do it. Mark Hickey says, John, thoughts on Martin Scorsese's Hawaiian Mob movie with The Rock? Do you think the final boss will have an acting renaissance? I think if anyone can pull a quality performance out of The Rock, maybe Martin Scorsese can do it, and hopefully The Rock play. But then again, don't you just feel like The Rock will play this big muscle-bound badass guy in the movie? Don't you just feel like he'll play The Rock? That's who he's being cast as? Because what else can you play as a 290-pound jacked-up dude all jacked up on human growth hormones. Like, what else? What role can you really play? Like, clearly you take the time to work out. What are you doing with your physicality here? But I'm looking forward to that. I really am. But you know, the thing is, what they'll do with it, The Rock's character, because they're going to want to not be on the nose with it, they'll make him this overly sensitive, big muscle-bound guy. They'll do something like that. Like, he's into, like, literature and painting and philosophical ideas. That's the kind of character he'll be. I'm just, like, I have a feeling they'll almost go too far with it. Skeda didn't say anything, but thanks for the super chat nevertheless, man. All right, we got one here from Adrian Boyle who says, do you think Arnold has a good movie left in him? I think he has one or two. I just think he needs to be cast in the right movie. And I'm hoping he does. You know, I think the biggest detriment to all of this is we have not got one solidified great Terminator sequel since T2 Judgment Day, and Arnold just has enough gas left in the tank to be in that movie. I'm not saying he's the Terminator. I'm just saying he could have a role in the movie. But man, he's getting old, isn't he? I saw a picture of him the other day and his eyebrows were all white. And it's just like, oh man, it's kind of weird. It's just like, watching him get old makes me feel old. But I'm hoping he has one good performance left in the tank. Or, you know what? Or another Predator movie that's really good. I know they're coming out with a new Predator movie like Badlands, but to not have Arnold be a cameo with the character Dutch in one of those new Predator movies, to me, that's such a disservice. Like, why? Find a way to include that somehow. Like, he was the original dude who beat the Predator. How is he not somehow training a new generation of soldiers on how to combat the Predator? Or how the Predator's not going to him and saying, hey, how the hell did you beat us in 1987? Let us know. Well, I covered myself in mud. That's all it took. Oh, got it. So, yeah, I would like to see Arnold in another movie. A good movie. VChat says, Romulus was one of my best theater experiences since COVID. Interesting, man. Interesting. I watched it at home, so. JD Review says, if you were a farmer, what chores do you think you would enjoy the most? Oh, definitely plowing the field, if you know what I mean. No, imagine being on one of those huge-ass tractors, man, and just plowing the field. Oh, or whatever tractors do on the field, you know, planting seeds or ripping up the crops or harvesting the crops. A harvester, I think that's what those big machines are called, or a combine tractor. Is that what they're called? I don't know. I'm not a farmer. I don't know. I just live in Indiana. Probably that. That looks like a good time. Roger something says, I just showed Money Talks to my friend the other day. It still holds up. Oh, dude, the funniest scene, and it's such a random, stupid scene in Money Talks, and no one's going to know what I'm talking about right now. But if you ever seen the 1997, maybe 1998 classic Money Talks, there's a scene where they drive past, like there's a car chase, and there's like a homeless guy in an alleyway, and they drive by him, and they're shooting at each other and yelling. He just whips out a gun and starts shooting them too. And it's the most obscene cutscene I've ever seen, but I laugh every time. The other movie, you know what other movie I like that reminds me of Money Talks that also came out like the same year? It was the Tim Robbins movie. Yeah, Nothing to Lose with Tim Robbins from 1997. Yeah, Tim Robbins and Chris Tucker. That is a damn good movie too. It's kind of like Money Talks in a way. If you've never seen that, that's a nice little hidden comedy gem from the 90s. Oh, we got a spam bot in here. Listen, I don't think this is the right place to do this here. Come on. I like YouTube. You know what I like about YouTube so much? They will demonetize your video for the dumbest reason, but you can have someone in a chat spam it 5,000 times. Nah, nothing. Just nothing. Just da-da-da-da-da. All right. Let's hide user from this channel, and now you can burn in hell for the rest of your sins against humanity. Thank you for wasting digital space. All right. By the way, I have a question for you guys, real quick, before we continue on. And we have 270 people watching right now, so I thank you for that. But let me show you my YouTube screen here. I want to show you guys something. Let me know if I can fix this. You probably can't see it. Can you see what I'm talking about? No, you can't. Okay. Okay, so do you see how the player is like zoomed in? It's not studio mode. It's not like any of these other modes. I cannot change the player to make it smaller on YouTube. I hate it. There's no option to fix it. I don't know how to, like, it's big now. It used to be small like this up in the corner. Now my player is this big, and there's nothing I can do to change it. None of the settings right here fix it. Does anyone know how to fix that, or am I stupid? Mods, get them. Well, who wants to be a mod? I'll make... If I have a longtime viewer in here that wants to be... Night King 01, do you want to be a mod, or did I already make you mod? All right. The next one comes from Skeda, who did not say anything, but thanks for the super chat there again. Oh, here we go. Milla MS says, "Can you do Adam Sandler?" Can I do Adam Sandler? What do you mean by that? Yes, I can. Chlorophyll, more like borophyll. He called the shit poop. That's all I got. Are you guys looking forward to the Happy Gilmore sequel? I sort of am. I want it to be good. The only turnoff here is it's a Netflix movie, and it looks like a Netflix movie. I just don't like the way it looks. For some reason, it looks gloomy. Press the letter T on the player? Does that work? I'll try it. Let's see. No, it's still big. It's still like a larger player than it should be. It's not back to like the smaller version that was up in the corner. Yeah, it's weird. Did YouTube change this? Next to full screen, hit the left button. That button. What? I've hit all the buttons. No, dude, there's mini player, there's theater mode, there's play on TV, and then there's full screen. And none of them make it smaller. I don't know why. Anyway. Yeah, I'm on the 3rd episode of Daredevil. I think episode 2 was really boring. But I am on the 3rd one of Daredevil. All right, the next one comes from Skeda, who says, "What are your thoughts on Godfather 1 and 2? I like Godfather 2 much more than the first one. I think the first one was sort of hard to get through. And now keep in mind, if this movie, had I not seen any other mob movies and been very aware of all the cliches and tropes, maybe Godfather, the first time I saw it, would have been mind-blowing. But by the time I saw that film when I was a teenager, I sort of felt like I've seen Goodfellas and Casino. So, I found it kind of boring. And now Godfather 2, I think, is a much better film than Godfather 1. But the last time I watched Godfather 2 was probably like 2009. It's been a long, long time. They've never been my favorite movies. I know they are the pinnacles of classic filmmaking and cinema, but they're not my personal favorites by any means. But I respect them. Conch has become a member. Thanks, Conch. Man, you're killing it tonight. Well, thanks for becoming a member, man. And by the way, for members, I want to start doing a monthly podcast, and I'm going to start doing more mini videos just for you guys. Like mini Flick Trip videos or topics that you guys want me to talk about or cover or whatever. But I'm going to make more videos for members on there. Kenny G says, "If they ever made a live-action Zombies Ate My Neighbors, but it was directed by Uwe Ball, would you still go see it?" I would watch it illegally on the internet. That is all I can do to support him as a director. And it would be the worst movie ever made. And the fact that he can still direct movies, I think he's basically the front man for a money laundering scheme in Europe somewhere, because that's the only way some talentless hack could still make movies. All right, the next one comes from Daniel Green, who says, Is it just me, or every time Harvey Dent screams in The Dark Knight, I die laughing? Rachel! Rachel! Say it! Gets me every time. Yeah, you know the other thing? The one scene in The Dark Knight pertaining to Harvey Dent is the scene where he's in the hospital and the Joker shows up and his face is covered like this. But keep in mind, he's in full Joker getup. And then he takes off the mask and he's like, hi. And Harvey Dent's like, ah! Like, he's so shocked that was the Joker. Did he just think that was some crazy delusional nurse with bad makeup on until that point? I don't know. But yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. The movie guy says, John, that was the perfect imitation of John Connor. Still a great movie. Well, thank you for that. That's what I do. Really bad imitations. But I'll take the positive feedback on it. So thank you. Yes, Salvation is a fine little movie. It's a good rainy day movie. And at least as a Terminator sequel, they went for it. It's the post-apocalyptic future. Cool, you gave us that. I'm at least happy with that. And then you have like sort of a really bad Uncanny Valley Arnold at the end of the movie that just looks like plasticky CG that looks like a PS2 video game graphic. But hey, at least they tried. Joshua Barrio says, are you on Letterboxd? I get that question every live stream. I think I have 4 accounts on Letterboxd. I don't even remember what the username of any of them are because the flick pick was already taken. So I had to come up with some convoluted name that I won't remember. And I would spend 2 hours rating 10,000 movies. And then I would sign out and I would never sign back in again. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just not on Letterboxd. If you want my thoughts on stuff, follow me on X or just subscribe to me on YouTube, man. That's the best thing I can do to give you. Yeah, I don't have Letterboxd. I don't do it. I don't know why. I'm just holding out. Dustin Rich says, ever mow your lawn while you're in your Bane mask? I have not, but I would not be opposed to it whatsoever. I just don't think I would breathe very well wearing it. But that's not a bad idea. By the way, thinking back on COVID when we had to wear masks all the time, why did I not invest in an actual Bane mask with a respirator in it? What a missed opportunity that was. Broomstickles. Here he goes, Broomstickles. I like that name, by the way. John, I'm 28 from Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm listening to this while I play Red Dead 2 and drink an old fashioned. Much love. Well, man, that sounds like a great Sunday night. Thank you for listening to my annoying, stupid voice in the background as you play Red Dead Redemption. By the way, I've never played the game. It looks fun. I would like to ride a horse in old Western times. It does look rather therapeutic and relaxing, but nevertheless, enjoy that old fashioned. I'm more of a Gentleman Jack kind of guy. But I'm trashy, so I mix it with a Dr. Pepper. But thanks for watching, man. iCokenuts has just subscribed. Yay! Thanks for subscribing. The movie guy says, can Adam Sandler at least shave his beard before Happy Gilmore 2? Oh yeah, man, for sure. Like, why he couldn't, like, Adam Sandler couldn't even be bothered to shave his face. Nah, but maybe he does in the movie. Maybe he does shave his face. Maybe he's going through a very depressed state and he finds himself again and then he shaves his face. That could be cool, but doubt it. The movie, when I see that trailer on Netflix, the Happy Gilmore trailer, it really does look like a movie they shot in like 2 weeks, doesn't it? Like, it doesn't look like they cared about how anything really looked or like what the vibe looks like or the weather conditions. They're like, just shoot it. It looks gloomy and flat. Just make it. That's the vibe I get from it, but what do I know? Milla MS says, do you feel like they went through something weird in the 2020s while former acquaintances missed the memo? Do you feel like they went through something weird in the 2020s while what do you mean by that? Like some kind of weird conspiracy theory? Because we did talk about that earlier, and I do feel like 2020, that's when the true glitch hit the Matrix. Oh, do you feel like you went through something weird in the 2020s while former acquaintances missed the memo? Do I feel like I went through something weird? No, I think truth be told, I feel like I'm the same dude I've always been. I really do. Have different, really the only thing that's changed about me is some of my opinions have evolved, and maybe I can articulate things a bit better, and maybe I have more self-awareness than I did when I first started YouTube or what have you, or whenever. But really, I feel like ultimately I'm the same dude I have always been for the last 15 years. So since 2020, the only thing that's really changed about me is some of my, I guess you could say, like, OCD tendencies have gotten a little more heightened. Also, I've gotten to a point where I do not want to leave my house unless I have to, unless it's to go somewhere I really want to go. And as far as going somewhere that I know is going to be an obligation with a lot of people, I avoid it at all costs. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. I just cannot tolerate society anymore. I just can't. But other than that, not much. Red light, green light. I am looking forward to the new season, the season 3 second part finale of Squid Games. Absolutely. Roger something says, I still remember your Batman Begins ABC family video. He fights for family and fights for love. Yeah, I remember that. That was the worst trailer ever made. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, back in like 2013, ABC Family put out a trailer for Batman Begins to promote the airing of the movie on their network. And it was like the most cringe-inducing thing that went against all the tone of the movie. And at one point they go, he fights for family. He fights for love. It's like, who are you catering to? Some like middle-class housewife that lives in the suburbs? You're trying to get her to like Batman? No. He fights for justice, and that's it. His family's dead. Thoughts on The Princess Bride? Oh, I love The Princess Bride. At our wedding, we had a wedding rehearsal dinner at our house in our backyard, and we had like the fire and dinner, and it was nice. We had tents, but I had my inflatable projector screen up in the backyard that's 20 feet in diameter, or diameter. Yeah, we'll go with diameter. It's 20 feet, okay? And the movie that we played on the screen for the rehearsal dinner was The Princess Bride. It just felt appropriate the day before a wedding. Are you going to watch the Minecraft movie? Yeah, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it for all the wrong reasons. I'm a dude who's never played Minecraft. I'm probably a dude who will never play Minecraft, but I will see the Minecraft movie. It looks atrocious. It literally looks like the worst movie ever made. But for the sake of making a video about it, I will go see it. Jack Black just playing Jack Black standing in front of a green screen? Okay. The next question comes from Milla MS, who says, do you feel like you went through... Oh, I already answered that. Oh, I like me some Nickelback. That's my guilty pleasure, okay? Let's all be honest. I know it's not cool to admit, but when you're flipping through the radio stations and Nickelback comes on, you stop and listen to it. Let's all be honest. Do a Grace Randolph impression? How annoying do you want me to be? Grace Randolph, she's something, isn't she? You almost got to respect it, though. You really do. Well, I don't know. Now, I will say this topic was controversial. But is it, though? I don't know. That's all I have. That's all I got. John, would you rather hang out with Louis Bloom or would you... Wait, John, would you hang with Louis Bloom for VPN? What is that question? What's VPN? Virtual private network? What are we talking about? Manuel says, I like Nickelback. You can't tell people that, Manuel. Top 5 Jack Black movies? Oh, God, I don't fucking know, man. The Cable Guy. Be Kind, Rewind. Actually, I don't like that movie, but I wanted to like it more than I did. Also, he was in that movie, the rollerblading movie. I'm sorry. We've been talking a long time. My brain is melting. Rollerblading Jack Black movie. I used to like that quite a bit. Airborne. Oh my gosh. That's a great. If you have not seen Airborne from 1993 and you want a pure early 90s movie about kids who have this competition of rollerblading on this very dangerous route through this city, it's a good time. It's this kid from California who likes to go surfing, who moves to this town in Ohio. I think it's Cleveland. Seth Green's in the movie. It's a good time. Check it out. But Jack Black's in the movie too. Oh, Video Production News. Yes. The name of the company's Video Production News, a professional news gathering service. That is how it should be read, and that is how it should be said. I did not like Nacho Libre. I'd never liked that movie. School of Rock would ultimately, if you're looking for a Jack Black comedic performance in a good movie, I think School of Rock is probably the most solid movie he's ever made. Can we all agree on that? It certainly was not Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny. Kung Fu Panda, I never watched a Kung Fu Panda movie. Do a 3C one? 3C? I'm trying to think how I could even impersonate 3C. Hello, my lovely peeps. How you doing? I don't know. Something like that. Is that kind of how he talks? I hung out with 3C for 4 days in an Airbnb, okay? He's a cool guy. He's my type of people. I'll put it that way. All right, the next one comes from Daniel Green, who says, John, my sister wanted me to let you know that she absolutely hates your videos. Well, fuck her too. She loves Sean Chandler, hates you with a passion, but I love your videos. Well, that's fine. I'll take it. I can live with that. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. All right. Well, thank you for that. What? Why does she hate me? That hurts my feelings. All right, let's go to the next one here. Adam B says, John, true or false? Barry Cohegan's Joker sounds like he's impersonating Jamie Kennedy's voice. Ooh, I can kind of hear that. Now that you say it, I can kind of pick up on that a little bit. I can pick up on that a little bit. Jeff Hostman says, John, was the Roseanne finale disappointing when you saw it? Absolutely it was. Oh, God. Like, they went all dark and morbid. It's like, okay, Dan Connor dies. You win the lottery. Everything was just made up in a book. You're writing a novel down in the basement. Like, this took me out of it. Why did you have to do that? I didn't need this, like, surreal Inception ending. Like, no, don't do that. Favorite Seinfeld episode? They all kind of blend together. Like, I like the Soup Nazi episode. I'm trying to think of, like, I like the one where he's eating the chocolate-covered raisinette during the surgery. But there's so many, like, little things that happen throughout episodes that don't really stand out that I enjoy. I definitely like... I like season 2 to like season 4 of Seinfeld the best. James says, John, I love your movie reviews. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of people say they either love my live streams and hate my actual edited videos, or like my edited videos and hate me in the live streams. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. No soup for you. Jeff Hostman says, thoughts on Breaking Bad characters? Phenomenal characters, man. Jesse, at first, most annoying character that you grow to love. And that means great writing, doesn't it? But is anyone in Breaking Bad all that likable as a person? No one's really that likable of a character. Except maybe Badger. As Eaton Slasher says, I saw Conclave recently. Honestly, it was just the best film I've seen this year. P.S. Got a bonus after the movie Sloppy Toppy. Jesus Christ. Well, that's cool, man. Nothing like watching a movie about Catholic Church and getting a sloppy toppy, I tell you that. I have not watched Conclave. You liked it? It just looked like Oscar bait to me, the movie. John B. says School of Rock is top. I agree, man. Completely agree. Kenny G back again. Or I'm sorry, Robert Giattanta says, Sean C. Phillips impression, please. I love me some Sean C. Phillips. Welcome to my DVD update for September 5th, 1995. There we go. Hope that was fulfilling. Johnny Balker says, John, me and my friends have been watching you since 2014, and I haven't been quoting you. Oh, and I haven't been quoting you on a regular basis ever since. Thank you for all the great memories and laughter. I think you meant you have been quoting me. I'll take it as a pat on the back, but thanks for that, man. 2014, yeah, 2014 was where I feel like YouTube really started to pick up for me, and I could make a living doing it. So it was a really good time in life. And it was awesome. I do miss it. That isn't the glory. When I think back to like the glory years of YouTube, it's 2014 to like 2016. Like the two most pivotal, fun glory years there were on YouTube to me. But thanks for that, man. It's been a long time. But thanks, Johnny. Thank you. Roger something says, I think you excel in the live stream format. I agree too, man. Sometimes when I have to edit myself too much, I find myself just trying to make points too quick because I feel like the attention span of the internet's like 3.2 seconds. So I like the live streams. Plus I'm better with improv. I like to improv. I don't want to prepare. Just give me a topic. We'll talk about it and I'll make shit up as I go. Into Best Buy we go. Yes. The Pee Wee Herman impression was glorious. Yeah, I agree. All right. God, you guys are killing it tonight, man. All right, let's answer another question here from Night King 01. How long have we been talking? 3 hours and 17 minutes? What? Can I tell you something? The last 3 live streams we've all done have been record breakers one after another. I did a 3-hour one. I did a 3.5 hour live stream. Now we're almost at 3.5 hours again. I don't know how this keeps happening. I don't know if the live streams keep getting easier to do. The questions are good, but I'll keep talking if you guys want to listen. And by keep talking, I mean I probably have another like 10 minutes in me because I'm getting really tired. I'm extremely hungry and I'm about to pass out because my blood sugar is so low. So with all that said, let me chug this Gatorade. Okay, I'm good now. Here we go. Night King 01. Have you ever seen Jack Black's film Bernie from 2011? It's a dark comedy about a mortician who murders his elderly companion that he was taking care of. It's directed by Richard Linklater. He did Dazed and Confused and School of Rock, Black's best role. I know the cover of Bernie. I don't think I watched it, no. I went on a phase where I just skipped Jack Black movies. Or Jack Black and Jack Black, yeah. My name's Blackjack. Anyway. That's like the Kmart version of Jack Black. All right, the next one comes from Yo Mama Lick Booty, who say, that's a great name. That should have been my YouTube channel name. Do you believe movies have the power to change societal norms or perspectives? If so, can you think of a film that profoundly altered the way people think or approach a particular issue? That is a very profound question. And I think there's a lot of movies that have definitely a message of that in there. But the thing is, the people who will watch that particular film in that particular genre are already people willing to sort of have an open mind or accept that opinion for one way or another. You get what I'm saying? Like the movie, God, this is going to get weird. Like the movie Kids. Have you ever seen the movie Kids? Okay, the movie Kids is a mid-1990s movie about all these like dysfunctional kids that live in New York City. And the main outcome and the main message of the movie is about HIV. I know it's getting weird. But I think if you watch something like that, that would open up your eyes to a certain topic. Or you watch movies like Requiem for a Dream. that movie should make you never want to take drugs or go to prison, because you will puke in your mashed potatoes and get shock treatment or have to go ass to ass. I'm talking to you, Jennifer Connelly. Great scene. But so I think certain movies like that do have a way of showcasing a message to society. But if there's another film you guys have in mind, like on societal norms that give you a deeper perspective on it, please chime in right now in the chat. Please give me that movie right now. And I'll wait till you guys give me that movie. Yeah, Rosario Dawson was in it when she was younger. Yes, that is it. Wasn't that directed by the same guy who directed the movie Bully? With, yeah, it was. It is the same director. He always makes these gritty movies about teenagers. But I have a deep dive that I could give you with his viewpoint on the way he like directs people. But he comes across like he has an odd vision. I will say that. It's almost uncomfortable. He makes things uncomfortable. And, you know, that's a good thing, I guess. But Night King 01 says, did you miss my point break question? Did I miss a point break question, Night King? Oh, no, I'm getting to it. Here we go. Here it is. Night King 01 says, I'm watching Catherine Bigelow's Blue Steel, the movie she did before Point Break, and I realized none of her movies before or after look like Point Break. It does look like it does look like it was shot by the guy who did T2, but it's not. James Cameron rubbed off on her. Oh, absolutely. I said that earlier. The reason Point Break is so great is because James Cameron was a producer on that film and they were married at the time. I truly feel like she took some of his insights and used them in the movie. I think that's why it's so great. I really do. The next one comes from, Conch. Conch is back again, man. Gosh, you're killing it. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any of those profound movies that changed society's perspective within the film itself. Okay, Conch says, I have more sitcoms to ask you about, bro, but I'll save it for the next time. You can do it now if you want. But if you want to savor the flavor, by all means, please do. Would you ever collab with Adam Does Movies or with Movie Cynic? I'd collab with either one of them. Sure, I would. If they wanted to have me on a live stream or something, I would do that. Also, you close to LaPorte, Indiana, flick trip idea for you. I'm probably about 2.5 hours away from LaPorte, Indiana. I have been there. You have to pass. Wait, LaPorte is. Isn't LaPorte south in Indiana? I believe it is. LaPorte, Indiana. Let me see. Yeah, LaPorte is. No, yeah, I go through LaPorte on the way to Chicago every time. Okay. No, I've been to LaPorte. Yeah. LaPorte, Valparaiso. There's also a big water park up towards that way. Anyway, I don't go there often, I will say that. But what about it? What's the good idea in LaPorte, Indiana? All right. And by the way, if members are in here right now, I'm looking at the normal chat. Feel free to chime in. If you guys have topics, questions, feel free to chime in. Let's talk about it. Uncomfortable like magazine dreams? Yeah, uncomfortable like magazine dreams, but also uncomfortable in the sense like the director, when he shoots like a teenage girl, he does like a close-up shot up her skirt looking at her panties. Like he'll do shots like that, like almost like creepy predatory shots. And it's like, and it's not from the perspective of like the other person. It's just like from the perspective of the director. Watch the movie Bully. Watch that movie. Intently watch it. And tell me it's like not the most uncomfortable thing you've ever witnessed. And the movie should make you feel uncomfortable. It really should. But you get what I'm saying? Yeah. By the way, thanks to all 292 of you watching right now. I'm glad you just chimed in when I was talking about that. Wing says, that's true, honestly. Point Break really has the T2 look. Oh, absolutely. James Cameron was, I think, like the silent partner of that film. Falling Down is great. I love Falling Down. And I actually, if they were to make a remake of Falling Down, the dude who directed Magazine Dreams, and he has he? I don't think he's directed anything else. I was trying to find some info on him, and there's not much. But I would love if he could direct a film like Falling Down. Now, I'm not for remakes. Falling Down is great, okay? And Michael Douglas does a damn good job in that film. Especially the scene where he goes into the fast food restaurant and just loses his shit. No, it should look like The Picture. Come on. That's so good. But if they were to remake a Falling Down, if they were to reboot Falling Down, the dude who directed Magazine Dreams, I think he could get it right. I really do. Hayden says, John, can you believe it's almost April already? No, and I love April. Not only is my birthday in April, but it's when the season starts warming up. And most importantly, the older I get, the more I look forward to mowing my grass and my riding lawnmower. And April is when grass cutting season starts. Oh yeah, get ready. All right. The next one comes from The Doors Forever, who says, John, have you seen Peter Jackson's comedy horror masterpiece, Brain Dead? It's free on YouTube, and it'll change your life. I have not. But are you guys kind of looking forward to the upcoming Michael Jackson biopic coming out this fall? I don't think it's going to be good. I think they're going to gloss over all the good, gritty stuff, kind of like they did with Bohemian Rhapsody. But I am looking forward to a Michael Jackson biopic, and I'm just so curious what the look of that's going to be. Dustin Rich says, I'm a member, service me. Yeah, but it's not showing up like you're a member in the chat. But I love you, Dustin. I always will. Hayden says, happy early birthday, man. Well, thanks for that. Thank you so much. I'm getting old. I'm getting too old for this shit. Q Review says, how about Texas Chainsaw Massacre? That may have changed us. How about The Exorcist? Oh, well, speaking of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I'm looking forward to the potential upcoming version of it with Glenn Powell starring in it. Okay, hear me out though, but it's going to be from the same director of Strange Darling. And if you saw Strange Darling, that definitely had that grindhouse feel to it where it's like a cat and mouse game where there's just crazy shit's happening. Someone's running down the road covered in blood. Does that not sound like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie? So I'm hoping that happens. I really am. I can't think of a better mesh up of things to culminate to make a good Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it's been a while since we've had one. Claudio Rogajon back again says, Claudio, you'll never leave me, will you? I love you, man. All right. Here we go. Random, but thoughts on Michael Bay's overall career. I think he started out really strong, and then he started resting on his laurels and got too self-indulgent. I think there's a time and a place for a Michael Bay movie. And I feel like that time and place is no longer 3.5 hour long Transformers movies that have overstayed their welcome. Michael Bay, when he was directing movies like Bad Boys, The Rock, which is one of my favorite action movies of all time from 1996, or movies like, even I will go so far as to say Michael Bay's Armageddon is a damn good time in the late 1990s. And I have a very good story to share about seeing Armageddon in the theater, which I've shared before, but if you want to hear it, let me know down below. Maybe you're new here. But Michael Bay, at some point, and I would say that breaking point might have been Pearl Harbor, he started to do things that he shouldn't do. And then he made movies like Pain and Gain. He made movies like, the first Transformers is fine. It is. But everything after that was atrocious, was it not? So Michael Bay as a director, I would love to see him go back to basics. Oh, and then he made that really forgettable Netflix movie with Ryan Reynolds in it called like something 6. I don't remember. So yeah, Michael Bay as a director, I would like to see him do something a bit more simplistic for his next film. Whatever that is, I don't know. Oh, The Island. Okay, I will agree with you. The Island is probably in the top 3 Michael Bay movies of all time. I will say that. Scarlett Johansson, Ewan McGregor, that's a great little movie. And by little movie, I mean a huge blockbuster that costs, a lot of money, but that's a good time. I like The Island quite a bit. And the scene where Michael Clark Duncan gets like murdered, oh shit, that is riveting entertainment. They shoot all the tasers into his leg to drag him back. Oh, just making clones of people so you can take their organs and kill them. But the thing is, I'll be honest with you, morally speaking, if I was a rich billionaire and I could clone myself and it was the only way I could like take to, what's the term? Harvest the organs for my clone self. I don't care. Kill it. I'll kill him. I'll walk up behind me with a ball peen hammer and hit the back of my skull and crash it in to rip out my heart, my lungs, and my organs so I can live forever. Small price to pay. Who cares? Clone me does not have rights, okay? You don't have a soul. I'm the originator. You're just a copy of a copy. So in a weird way, I sort of stand by it. Does that make me a monster? Maybe. Yeah, Underground 6 or 6 Underground. If I'm dyslexic, either one works. Oh, the movie Ambulance. I hated Ambulance. I hated the movie Ambulance with a passion. It could have been a cool concept. But then Michael Bay got a hold of it. And what did he do? He shook it. He added too much contrast and saturation. And it just made this bombastic, stupid movie that ran out of story halfway through. It felt like a waste of Jake Gyllenhaal, did it not? Ron Howard, also another director who has not been good for a while. Goodbye, John. Think of me sometimes. Well, don't do anything too harsh. I'll think of you forever. I'm thinking of you right now, Aaron. Ron Howard started off really good, though. Like Apollo 13, Backdraft. If you've never seen Backdraft, go watch it. Just leave right now and go watch Backdraft. A movie that makes firefighting look so kick-ass. But then he made like The Heart of the Sea. Rush was okay. Rush was an okay movie. Roger something says, I really enjoy Transformers 3. It got a lot of cool elements. Also, the action is a bit more hardcore in that one. The best thing about Transformers 3, and I can't believe we're talking about this 3.5 hours into the live stream. Holy shit. This live stream is now the length of Transformers 3. So I thank all of you for that. But the thing I liked most about that movie was the backdrop of Chicago. I sort of liked the way it looked visually. But everything else just was not that great, in my opinion. Yeah. But I like that it took place in Chicago. I think Michael Bay saw The Dark Knight, and he's like, hey, I want to film my movie there too. And the next one comes from Claudia Rogajon again, who says, is Falling Down Joel Schumacher's best film? Well, I would say technically it is, depending on your thoughts on Batman and Robin. But another great underrated Joel Schumacher movie is 8mm. Now, I've talked about this many times throughout the years, but if you're new here, I need to tell you something about 8mm. It's gross, it's grotesque, but it stars Nicolas Cage. And Nicolas Cage plays a private detective trying to find the origin of this very sinister, snuff-like film, and he needs to know if it's real or it's fake. And he goes to Los Angeles, and he goes and sees how deep the rabbit hole really does go. And Joaquin Phoenix in it plays a great supporting role, but most importantly, I'm an advocate. Well, I wouldn't say I'm an advocate. That's the wrong term. I'm just a fan of sinister, dark, creepy antagonists in films. And the movie 8mm has a guy who wears a gimp mask named The Machine. Now, if I haven't sold you on the movie, nothing will. But if you, on your next family movie night, get together and watch the movie 8mm. It's a good time. I'm just kidding. Watch it by yourself on a cold, lonely, dark, rainy night. All right, the next one comes from Jiggle Boobs McSugar Teats, who says, is that a real name? Do you actually use that, or is that just for this? Either way. How do you think the evolution of cinematic technology like CGI, virtual reality, or AI-generated actors will shape storytelling landscapes in the next 50 years? It's interesting, and that's a great, profound question where I want to give you a very philosophical answer, and here it goes. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, here it is. Here's what I say about that. I think we're going to get to a point where you can type in a certain amount of prompts into some software and generate pretty much anything that you want to see when it comes to AI. And that's scary. That truly is scary. And as far as studios go, I feel like it's in their best interest to never really pull that trigger or to allow that technology to ever see the light of day. Because if we can make our own movies with ChatGPT and just type in, give me a movie about a sociopath that owns a news media company, boom, and it gives you Nightcrawler, or something like that. Okay, cool, but then everyone's just going to want to watch their own movies. I'm not going to want to watch your movie. But when it comes to the studio system doing that, let's just say that technology doesn't happen, but studios start utilizing CGI and AI, and they start implementing actors from the past and putting them in the present. I feel like we as a society don't want to see that. We truly don't want to see this facade, this disingenuous performance given to us on the screen. I think people are still, as humans, very sensitive to things like that. And it's the uncanny valley effect, right? We're always going to pick up on it. And the only way you can get away with doing shit like that is with what James Cameron's doing right now with avatars. Like, okay, the CG's pretty good, but you can't make them quite human, so make them 9-foot-tall blue aliens who make love with ponytails. Oh, we can buy that. We can go to Pandora. But when you start trying to implement that kind of CG or AI and make us try to buy the fact that humans are interacting up on the big screen, I don't think people are going to want that. I think people are going to revolt against that. I really do. So I feel like society will never truly accept that. And as a hardcore movie enthusiast and a guy who loves movies, I don't want to see that. I would revolt against that. No matter what the movie is, I won't accept it. I will never praise it, and I will deny its existence. And I think we should all do that so it doesn't take over. So yeah, I think that answered. Did I answer your question there? I think I did. I think that was a fulfilling response to a $2 super chat, was it not? But thanks, man. Thank you so much. Milla MS says, isn't it weird that Michael Jackson was a person who existed at one point? Oh, it's bizarre. And I think of iconic real life people like that all the time. Like this dude, if you put me in a room and told me to write a compelling, bizarre, dark and twisted character that would exist in society and be this have legendary status, I couldn't come up with Michael Jackson and my life depended on it. I'd be like, no one's going to believe this guy really existed. But we have it. And it's weird when you step back and think about it. I think about that with a lot of people that exist in reality. That was a real person. That felt like a cartoon character, but that was a real person. I agree with you. It's almost surreal. Still alive, John. Damn, man. Nice. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm feeling good, though. I got my second wind. Roger something says, I really enjoy Transformers 3. It's got a lot of cool elements. Also, the action is a bit more... Oh, I already answered that shit. Sorry. Okay, the next one comes from Claudio Rogajon. How's it going, buddy? Didn't it ever feel like Michael Bay was trying to become the next Tony Scott with the way his movies looked? But when he thought way too highly of his own abilities as a storyteller, also Six Underground gave me a massive headache when I watched it. Every modern day Michael Bay movie gives me a headache or an aneurysm. It's nightmare fuel from a man who clearly is on the spectrum, and that is what he's making. He's making nightmare fuel that costs $200 million a shot, a pop. What was the question, though? Oh, I agree with you. I've always seen a correlation between Tony Scott and Michael Bay as directors. And think about it like this. Tony Scott, he used to oversaturate all of his movies. Like, look at Days of Thunder, Man on Fire, Top Gun. He was like saturating his movies long before Michael Bay came along and then really overly saturated them. And then once digital color rating came into effect, they just cranked it up all the way. But I have always agreed with that. And the other thing that both directors have in common is they always focus on the visuals and the cool shit in the movie. As far as like the story goes, it always feels obligatory to the visuals in both of their movies. So I agree with you. Oh man, Conch, how's it going, Conch? You know, Conch, you are a member now. You can just type in normal questions in the member chat if you want, man. But hey, either way, I do appreciate it. Here it goes. So Conch has this to say. Community, Arrested Development, and oh, why not, Archer. Also, when you have a chance this week, you should check out Fight Flicks out of LaPorte. What is this called? Fight Flicks? What is Fight Flicks in LaPorte, Indiana? I'll look it up. Fight Flicks. Okay, I have no clue what this is. Hello, welcome to the page. We're excited to have you guys all here. What we do is host combat sports all around Indiana. Oh, it's like a combat sports thing? It's interesting. Okay, never heard of it. I looked at their Facebook page. I liked Arrested Development. I thought the thing about Arrested Development was it's a show that sort of got exhausting if you binged it. It's like there's only so much of that humor I can take in maybe 1 or 2 episodes. But I like Jason Bateman in it and Michael Cera. Community, I never got into. I've heard it was good. I was always more of an Office guy. And Archer, I've never seen. So, but thanks for the question, man. And as far as Arrested Development goes, when they came back with that new season of it, I didn't even watch it. Something about it looked really off to me. Robert Giacinto says, have you seen bum fights? Oh, Rufus the Stunt Bum? Bum fights for life. Oh, dude. You're talking to a dude who in the early 2000s thought, and I still do, CKY was the coolest shit ever. So Bum Fights was another one of those like video series you could get or download from LimeWire with 17 viruses. But if you don't know what Bum Fights is, ethically, it's probably disgusting, but what would happen, Bum Fights, the dude would go around to like LA and find like homeless people to do crazy, wacky shit. And it's some of the most bizarre stuff you'll ever see. Like Rufus the Stunt Bum was this old guy who would just jump off anything. They put him in a shopping cart, they light him on fire, and they'd pay him like $10 and give him a tuna sandwich. That was the kind of stuff I was watching as a teenage kid. Yes, I have seen Bum Fights. Claudia Rogujon says, funny how both Scott and Bay come from commercials. Well, it's a bit obvious too, is it not? Everything they do looks like it should belong in a car commercial or a music video. Hayden says, thanks for all you do, John. Well, thanks for watching. Q Review says, shout out to CKY. Oh, CKY was my jam back in the day, man. I loved CKY. John, are you watching Severance? I watched the first 2 episodes of Severance season 1, and I sort of stopped. I've heard it's great. I've heard the new season finale is awesome. I haven't gotten there yet. Maybe one day I'll get around to watch. Let me ask you this, and be honest. Let's just be honest, okay? This is the place where we can open up and share our thoughts and feelings, and no one can judge us, okay? Do you really feel... Okay, don't spoil it. Please do not spoil it. Is watching season 1 and season 2 of Severance worth it? Just give me that. Was it what you wanted it to be? Did it blow you away? Manuel says, I think we got a new stream length record. I think we do 3 hours and 44 minutes. We have broken the record for a live show. And I appreciate that. We're all in it together. So yay! Can I tell you something I meant to buy? I was going to buy some party poppers. And every time I got a super chat that was over like, I don't know, $20. And Conch, I would owe you 2 party poppers tonight. Maybe 3. I was going to shoot off the party poppers. I'm going to have to clean that shit up. It sucks, but I think it's the least we can do to celebrate a good time, right? Remember the dude who ate frogs in Bum Fights? I do remember that. Oh, yes. Oh, I kind of want to go watch some bum fight videos after this. Ideas for American Psycho 2? If they made a sequel or for the reboot? I mean, I definitely think if you made another American Psycho, if you wanted to continue it with another character, but in the same universe, I think the next American Psycho could definitely take place in the 1990s. I could see that, and that could be a good time. What exactly would you do? I don't know. I'd have to put some thought into it, but I think there's a lot you could do in the mid 90s with American Psycho, especially some of the cultural things happening. All right, Alex says yes. Season 1, yes. Season 1 and 2 is very worth it. Okay. I've been meaning to do it. I have. I'll get around to it. Nova Sonic says, John, 30 more minutes, you'll be at Return of the King extended edition length. Oh, man. See, I'd rather stick to the theatrical run. I feel like the extended edition just goes on way too long, and maybe my live stream will do that too, but hey, if the questions keep coming in hot, I'm here and ready. All right, the next one comes from Rubber Rock, who says, would you rather have a sleepover with Claudio or Night King 01? Why not both? They're both brothers. I assume they live in the same house, so if we're going to hang out, we're all going to hang out and have a sleepover and watch Michael Bay movies together. Claudio, why don't you send me your address? I'll stop by your house sometime, man. And Night King 01, we'll all hang out and we'll talk. We'll watch all these shitty movies from the 1980s. Blake says, ever set off the Planet Fitness lunk alarm? I have, and it made me feel like an outcast. It made me feel like a subhuman. I did set it off, and the truth is, the time I set off the lunk alarm at Planet Fitness, it was 1:00 in the morning. I was the only person in there. I had maybe a 30-pound dumbbell, and I kind of sat it down but dropped it 3 inches. And keep in mind, when you're in a big empty metal building and no one else is in there, everything's going to make a sound. And this lady set off the lunk alarm, and it took everything in my being not to take that dumbbell and just smash it across her skull. But yeah, I have set off the lunk alarm. But then again, I still go to Planet Fitness. But I feel like they've calmed down, or at least most Planet Fitnesses, they hire people that don't really care about that anymore. So you can kind of get away with anything you want to. So that's where I work out now. Do I like the purple theme of it? No, I do not. It's almost nauseating, but I enjoy the water jet hydro beds, which are really relaxing. And I'm at a point in my life, in my physical journey. And by the way, by physical journey, what I mean by that is I just went to the gym for the first time in 3 months yesterday, and I did the lightest little bitch workout I probably have ever done. And I am so sore today. It's disgusting. But I'm going to get back into it. Oh, okay. A Lobo says, I'm beginning to think I'm John's only female fan. Are there any ladies in here? Let me know. If you look at my analytics on this channel, I think 1.7% of my subscribers are women. So there's that. Or maybe it's only 1.7 who watch my videos. Either way, it's a very minute amount. It's like 1.5 women watch each one of my videos. Take that how you will. Jokerface 501 says, John, you think Homelander will die in season 5? I don't know. Maybe. I think that would be the character arc that should happen. But then again, I barely watched the last season of The Boys, so I couldn't even tell you where they are at in a story. I liked season 1 and 2 of The Boys. Everything after that, I have not really paid attention to, which I'm not proud to say, but that's just, I feel like the last season was not that good. All right, here it goes. Conch says, women always be complaining about 3 inches. I know. Aaron Papart says, doesn't Nick Cage and long legs look like Nicole Kidman? Oh, absolutely. He looks like Nicole Kidman from the AMC commercials that you watch before the movies. It's like you have this lady who's clearly had way too much work done, who looks like she's like an alien trying to imitate a human being, coming down there looking. She looks like she got stung by a whole bunch of bees, and she's telling you to come to the theater. Meanwhile, she's in a theater just elegantly in a dress eating popcorn in an empty theater. Oh, the magic of cinema. It's like you have not been in a public theater, Nicole Kidman, since 1992, okay? Shut up. What was the next part of this question? Favorite Christian Bale movie besides American Psycho or Batman? Mine is The Fighter. He's so good in that. Oh, man, I'll tell you one underrated Christian Bale movie. It's called Harsh Times. Phenomenal movie. He plays this like duality kind of a character where he's sort of like this deviant dude from the hood, but he wants to be a police officer. So like in reality, he kind of talks like this, dog. Hey, you're lucky you got little bitch feet, dog, or else I'd steal your shoes. He talks like that, but then he goes into like the police academy to try to get a job. He's like, sir, yes, sir. And I like that. I like when he has this dual personality. But if you've never seen Harsh Times, please check that out. Oh man, this is a man's channel. Thank you for that. I'll take it. Ford v Ferrari. That was an okay time. I was a little underwhelmed by it. I don't think it has a lot of rewatchability, but it's a fine movie. It really is. But I don't think that was Christian Bale or Matt Damon's best performance. Thoughts on In the Name of the Father with Daniel Day-Lewis? I've never seen in the Name of the Father. I like There Will Be Blood quite a bit. Yeah, man. Yeah, Harsh Times. If you guys have never seen it, nice little hidden gem movie from like the mid 2000s. Great time. Are you excited for Vince Gilligan's new Apple TV show? Yeah, with Kim Wexler in it from Breaking Bad, or I'm sorry, Better Call Saul. I don't know much about it, and they haven't really released much on the premise of it. And I'm almost half expecting it to take place in the Breaking Bad universe, but there's a sci-fi element to it or something. So I don't know anything about it, but I am looking forward to it. Oh, The Prestige is damn good. Damn good performance. Him and Hugh Jackman. I like The Prestige quite a bit. But yeah, maybe The Prestige. I'm trying to think of another Christian Bale performance I quite enjoy. I'm trying to think of something else I like. Like, I like him in a lot of things. I'm trying to think of something that's like profoundly great. I don't know. Destin Rich has become a member. I already thought you were a member, but nevertheless, man, thank you so much. Coach says, did you like Out of the Furnace 2013? I thought it was good. Not great. I kind of expected more from it. I thought the story started off fine, but then once the story starts diving into it, wasn't his brother like caught up with the wrong people because of drugs? And then somebody went to prison, then got home, and the movie takes place in like West Virginia. I don't remember the intimate details about it, but I thought it was going to be a better movie than it was when I watched it. Like, I was looking for like Oscar worthy, and it didn't quite get there. Well, their question was they said besides American Psycho. So if I had to pick one role for Christian Bale, it would definitely be American Psycho. Do you like Huey Lewis and the News? All right. Claudia Rojan, here we go, baby. All right. No, John, I am not giving you my address, but I do have another thought I'd like to share based on something I saw today. Someone mentioned Terminator Salvation has amazing CGI, and I looked back at the clips and holy shit, it does, except for the CGI Arnold. Oh, some of the shots of in Terminator Salvation where they have the hunter-killers exploding in the sky, when they have the wide shot of the dystopian headquarters of Skynet in San Francisco. Most of those visuals look fine. I like the grittiness of it. But yeah, everything else sucks. Sun Dude says, would you rather watch, and why won't you give me your address, man? Why not? You don't trust me? Come on. Would you rather watch your parents make love every day for the rest of your life or join in once and make it stop? That's a spectator sport. That's a spectator sport. And you just unlocked a visual memory I had when I was 7 years old that I wish you did not bring up. I just wanted to go in there and get my little orange gun for my Nintendo so I could play Duck Hunt. But what I saw, I'll never forget. Let's go to the next question. As Eaton Slasher says, watch The Boy and the Beast. It will change your something. The Boy and the Beast? Oh, God, this sounds predatory. What is this? The Boy and the Beast. What is this? 2015 fantasy adventure. 90% Rotten Tomatoes, so it's an anime movie. Quyoda slips into an alternative universe where he is raised by a bear man and eventually thrust into an adventure that spans both worlds. That sounds kind of cool. Have you guys seen this? The Boy and the Beast, did you like it? Let me know. The next one comes from Pete Velasquez, who says, date Pigeon Lady or Grace Randolph or Austin Butler. Probably Austin Butler. He has the most feminine features out of all of it, right? No, Grace Randolph's a pretty lady. She seems like a nice enough lady. What a weird question, though. I think the obvious answer is not the Pigeon Lady, but I think I'm going to go with Austin Butler on there, as long as he can dress up like Elvis. John, the Night Stalker outside Claudio's house. Thoughts on the Goosebump books or TV show? I watch the TV show all the time after school. As far as the books go, I'll be honest with you. I would go to all those book fairs in elementary school, and I would always buy a Goosebumps book because the covers look cool. And I thought I would read them. And I'd always read like the first 2 chapters and be like, I don't want to read this. Am I the only one who did that? Aaron Papart says, I'm bummed the Hulk Hogan movie isn't happening with Chris Hemsworth. What's your favorite Hemsworth movie besides Thor? Yeah, man, I was kind of looking forward to the Hulk Hogan biopic movie, too. As a dude who loves wrestling, I was like, okay, Chris Hemsworth, I can buy him being Hulk Hogan. He's jacked to the gills. I could see this. And it was also going to be Todd Phillips, who directed Joker. So I thought maybe he'd add like a certain level of like grittiness to it. And I thought that would be a really cool movie. But man, it didn't happen. Favorite Chris Hemsworth's performance besides Thor? Is there one? I liked him I thought he was okay in Rush. I thought he did a good job in Rush, the race car movie, but I'm trying to think of something else. I liked him in Ghostbusters 2016. What a great role that was. But maybe Rush. I'm trying to think of something else he's done recently. Here, my thing was if they ever remade, I know we've talked about it like 12 times tonight. If he ever did a Point Break remake, I always thought Chris Hemsworth would make a really good modern day Bodhi. Am I the only one? I don't know. He was fine in Extraction, but you really feel like his acting and his range was like that amazing in that movie. He kind of just played generic action guy. John, thoughts on Snow White's opening weekend? It doesn't look like it's good. Audiences seem to like it, but everyone else does not. I saw the movie. I put out a review. Those are my thoughts on it. I don't think the movie's going to have a lot of reach, and it'll probably be crapped out on Disney Plus sooner than later, where it belongs. Nova Sonic says Star Trek 2009 opening scene. That was a good scene. That was a great scene. I love 2009 Star Trek 2. I love that movie. Yeah, that was a cool scene. But he was in the movie for like 9 minutes, but captivating nonetheless. Yeah, Men in Black International. That's it. Black Cat. That was such an underwhelming Michael Mann movie. I have a review for that, and I remember not one thing about that entire movie. Nothing. I forgot that movie existed the day after I talked about it. Dustin Rich says, I'll give you my address, John. We can play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and do meth. Oh, man. That got deep. Can we just stop at the Marvel vs. Capcom 2? I want to have a good time. I don't want to ruin our lives. All right, the next one comes from Blake, who says, do you remember Manser's show on Spike TV? I do not remember Manser's answer. I don't remember Manser's, the TV show on Spike TV. I do not remember that. Aaron Papart says, rewatch the scene with Bale and Saldana on the bridge in Out of the Furnace. Such amazing acting. That movie has Dafoe, Harrison, Casey Affleck. Great cast, underrated movie. Yeah, I remember liking it, but I just remember not thinking it all came together that well. Like when the movie picks up, it just didn't feel like the story went with it. It's kind of one of those movies where you feel like you have a great cast, but something just feels like it's slightly missing. But then again, I have not seen it since theaters. And that's sort of like the same way I feel about movies like Place Beyond the Pines. You have this great cast. Everything's there, but it just doesn't quite fit together like it should, right? Like the first act in Place Beyond the Pines with the Moto Bandit, great first act. Give me that movie. And then it shifts tones and does something else. Aaron Papart back again says, what is your favorite Scream sequel? Mine is number 6. I'm glad they got out of the suburbs and did a few things different. You excited for Scream 7? I am, but nervous about all the casting announcements. Feels like they are spoiling the surprises. It definitely feels like they're throwing everything out there they can because they want to appease like children that don't want to savor the flavor and be shocked or surprised by anything. Basically, the way they're selling and marketing this movie is saying, hey, remember everyone that was in the past Scream movies? They're going to be in this new one, rather than give you like a twist or a turn that's surprising. And that's the thing about movies nowadays. They don't want to just get you in the theater to shock you. They just want to like get you in the theater however they can. So the fact that they're telling us everyone that's going to be in the movie, yeah, that takes me out of it a little bit, but I'm glad that the character Stu is somehow coming back, or maybe it's going to be a flashback. But in my opinion, I think you should have crazy Stu in a padded cell somewhere, somehow pulling the strings. Or maybe they have like that Hannibal Lecter-like scene where they go and talk to him and when he's in his padded cell through a glass window to try to like dig into the psychology of why he did what he did. That would be a cool, captivating scene. Will we get that? I don't know. Probably not. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As far as the last few Scream movies go, though, I feel like they jumped the shark. It's like, I'm the second cousin of the guy, and now I have this vendetta against you, and now I've dedicated my entire life and thrown away everything to just dress up as Ghostface and kill you. Like, I remember like the last Screams, was it Scream 6 or something? Was it Scream 6 or the one before that? They kind of both blend together to me, where they had this entire shrine in this big warehouse in New York City to all the crime evidence from past killings that took place in movies. And it's like, what? Wait, what? You rented out this warehouse in New York City where the rent's probably like $25,000 a month. And somehow you got all this crime memorabilia from all these crime scenes, which how did you get these? I don't know. And then all you did is put it in glass cases to look at it in this warehouse, somehow hoping that the movie would conclude there. And when you get to that point, it's too much. I like the first Scream movie. I like the second Scream movie. But everything after that, just, I don't know. I sort of lost interest in it. But I am looking forward to Scream 7. All right, the next one comes from Rebel Rock, who says, who would you rather listen to for 24 hours straight, Campia or Grace Randolph? Probably Campia, just to be honest with you, just Campia. But they both do that same thing. They both do that thing where it's like, for our next main topic, well, I don't know. You know, it's like, what is that thing? What is that? Where does that come from? They almost feel like they could be related, and maybe they are. Robert Giachanta says, Furiosa, do you remember Dead at 21? Dead at 21, what is that? Dead at 21, a sci-fi series from 1994. The premise sounds interesting. As part of a secret government project, scientists implanted microchips in his brain when he was a baby, boosting his intelligence level. Unfortunately, those microchips triggered a speech impediment. Anyway, triggered an intense madness inducing dreams as they break down, and none of the microchip recipients survive past the age of 21, compounding his problems. Ooh, that sounds like a cool A24 movie that they should make, doesn't it? Coach says, I miss Spike TV. You ever watch 1000 Ways to Die? Hilarious. Yeah, I watched a little of Spike TV. I remember Raw is War was on Spike TV at one point. Outside of that, I didn't watch much Spike TV. All right. Someone said 3 and 4 are decent. Well, 3 and 4, didn't Scream 3 get all meta and they go to Hollywood and Jane Silent Bob are in it? Yeah, my wife's seen Drive. She likes it. She likes her some Ryan Gosling, as we all do in this house. All right, the next one comes from Robert Giachanto, who says, oh, we already answered that, sorry. Claudia Rogajon once again. And by the way, guys, I think I'm going to wrap up the live stream right here. We have been talking for 4 hours. We have broken the record for runtime of live streams. We've done it. Pat yourself on the back. If you've been watching this whole time, well, please forgive me. I'm sorry. But then again, what else did you have to do? So I thank you guys for hanging out and talking movies with me. But I'm going to answer a few more questions here. John B says Scream 4 is worse than 5 and 6. Yeah, like I said, they all kind of blend together. Hayden Panettiere was in 1 or 2 of them. I don't know. Claudia Rogajon says, last thing, John, but I watched The Bourne Identity again and realized how much better it is than the rest. No shaky cam and less legit emotion. Also, that series would be interesting if they remade it closer to the books. Make it taste. We've been talking for 4 hours. My tongue is going numb. Anyway, that's what he said, or she said. Anyway, make it take place in the 1970s. I could see a Jason Bourne 1970s spy espionage thriller. Absolutely. Or no, make it take place in the 1980s. Even better. I think that would be better. That would be a better fit for Jason Bourne. But I agree with you. The Bourne Identity, the first film, feels like a real movie. Then Paul Greengrass got too Paul Greengrassy, and he's like, I just want to shake things. I hated the later installments of those movies. Dustin Rich says, I occasionally watched Grace Randolph until she claimed that Captain America and Bucky were actually gay lovers. Interesting theory. I mean, they do seem rather close, though, right? As a joke, funny. If it's a real theory, Novasonic says, John, what about Equilibrium with Christian Bale? Ooh, that is a great forgotten little gem. Equilibrium is that is the poor man's Matrix in some ways, but damn good movie. The twist is a lot to swallow, but it's a good time. I like Equilibrium. I have the Steelbook still back there somewhere. All right, guys. John's still going strong. Yeah, I think I'm tapped out. I've given you everything. I have nothing left to say. But with all that said, I want to say, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out for 4 hours and 8 minutes and 39 seconds. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And it does mean a lot. It really does. I do want to announce this on the next live show that we do. I'm going to put that on the Flickpick channel. I'm just because I haven't done one there, and I feel like there's an entire audience there that doesn't know this live show exists. So the next live show will probably be on my main channel, the Flickpick, and then we'll come back to this channel for our normal weekly live streams. So either way, guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go eat some pizza now and watch, I don't know, maybe I'll start Severance. Nevertheless, thanks for watching. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.